May I have your attention, please? I wish to first of all apologize for the delay of the Prime Minister this time, who will join us subsequently. My first task as Chair is to navigate you through a very lengthy protocol list. I hope I'll be able to do justice to that. So in the absence of the Prime Minister, I move to Honorable Patricia Scotland, KC, Secretary General, the Commonwealth, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education, Sports, Youth, Sports and Culture, Grenada, Honorable Dean Kentish Rogers, Minister of Social Development and Education, Anguilla, joining us online, Honorable Shari De Castro, Minister for Social Development and Education, Honorable Kay McKinney, Minister of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, Barbados, Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Education and Youth, Jamaica, joining online, Honorable Charles T. Cunanan, Minister of Education, Health, Community Services, Sports, Youth, and Ecclesiastic Affairs, Montserrat, joining online. Dr. Pauline Antoine Prosper, Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training, St. Lucia, joining online. Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dr. the Honorable Nian Glasby Dawley, Minister of Education, Trinidad and Tobago. Honorable Rachel Marshall Taylor, Minister of Education, Labor Employment and Customer Service, Turks and Caicos Islands, joining in line. Other regional ministers, Dr. Sanjay Mishra, Director, Education, Commonwealth of Learning. Dr. Laurette Bristol, Program Manager for Human Resource Development, CARICOM Secretariat. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chair of the Caribbean Examination Council. Professor Paloma Mohammed Martin, Vice Chancellor, University of Guyana, joining online. Dr. Marcia Porter, Deputy Chair of the Caribbean Examination Council. My distinguished Congress members joining here in person, my colleagues, Permanent Secretary, locally and visiting, Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and CEO of the Caribbean Examination Council, Dr. Eduardo Ali, Pro-Registrar and Deputy Executive Officer of the Caribbean Examination Council, Dr. Nicole Manning, Director of Operation, CXC, Mrs. Sherry Deslandas, Director of Corporate Services, CXC, and other members and executive of CXC staff, our moderators from the T.A. Mauricio Community College, UWI Open Campus, Grenada, and the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, developmental partners, principals, parents, students from across the region, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. The government and people of Grenada consider this a privilege to host the CXC's second annual Ministerial Summit. We are acutely aware that this is not a very often opportunity bestowed on one of the member states. And if CXC were to pursue on a path where each territory is granted such an opportunity, it will be approximately 16 years before this activity is returned to our shores. CXC has been serving this region with distinction for many years. As a matter of fact, it is well poised to celebrate its Golden Jubilee, an achievement in which all of us are equally proud. And for those of us who are product of CXC, let it be known that we contributed to the survival of this noble entity. To put simply, CXC has contributed immensely to improving the human capital of this region, thus affording us a competitive edge. I dare say we all should be eternally grateful for former leaders and present leaders alike for the foresight in establishing this entity. For CXC has been and will continue to be instrumental in changing the assessment landscape of this region through its suites of products. Today, as we embark on this journey, thus dissecting the theme, flexible learning, credentialing, and assessment, I wish to challenge us to provide the lifeline for the survival of CXC for another 50 years. For if we fail in this pursuit, history will not be very kind to us. I am Elvis Moraine, Permanent Secretary with responsibility for education, Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports, and Culture. And I am given the responsibility to ably navigate you through this time allotted for the brief opening ceremony. It is my pleasure. And in these words, I now ask you to stand as I invite the Grenada Combined School Orchestra to lead us the national anthem of Grenada. Let's put our hands together for the Combined School Orchestra. Thank you very much. I ask you to remain standing as we now witness the CARICOM song, celebrating CARICOM.
Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong. Feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrating song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum. For CARICOM, hele, hele, bravo. Oh, pour your sting, CARICOM. Leve, leve, wow. Hele, hele. Tabu, yeah, tabu, wow. Knock your drum, CARICOM. Leve, leve, wow.
Thank you very much. And of course, can I indulge you further to remain standing? As a region, we recognize that there is a superior being to whom we owe much gratitude. And hence, it is a common feature for us to recognize the presence and give thanks in ceremonies like these. To lead us in this morning's invocation, I now invite Bishop Dave King of the Pentecostal Assemblies of the West Indies. Let us welcome him.
Thank you, Mr. Maureen, and a very special good morning to one and all. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, today we pause in acknowledging you as Lord and Savior of our lives. The Bible declares, except the Lord build a house, they labor in vain that build it. And except the Lord keep the city, the watchmen waketh but in vain. To be awakened this morning is not something that we take lightly. Today, Father, we want to thank you for life that you have given to us. We reflect, loving Father, but 2 years ago, it was impossible for us to be gathered in persons like these. But our Father, today, we just want to thank you that we are able to come together, bringing together nations of the Caribbean. Our Father, today, we go back in the beginning and we realize that way back in the beginning, you had interest in man. And so the Bible said that God created man. The Bible said that when you took the dust of the earth and you formed that mummy, there was no life in it. The Bible said you breathed it into the nostril and he became a living soul, which simply means a living, intelligent being. In being a living, intelligent being, you give man the opportunity to be flexible, and you give man the opportunity to demonstrate his intelligence. So you brought all the animals to man, and today, the names by which these animals were called, they are being called today. Further to that, you remove a part from man, and you created the female. It was not you who expressed the expression that came from Adam, but we had Adam being an intelligent being. He looked at the female and he said, "This is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh, and she shall be called wombed man." Today we gathered here and we are thanking you for the gifts that you have given throughout the Caribbean. And as we gathered here today, Lord, with ministers having responsibility for education across the Caribbean, we understand how important it is to focus on man, the development and the training of man. Hence the reason the Bible said that we should train up a child in the way that the child should go, so that when the child would have come to years, the child will not depart from it. And moving from childhood to Lord God Almighty, adulthood, we continue to learn. Today, as we gathered here, we recognize and acknowledge it is absolutely difficult for it to happen without you. We acknowledge you. And as we start today's proceedings, our Father, we are depending on you. Throughout our educational life, we'll continue to depend on you. I pray, Father, for all the ministers, all the persons having responsibility, the policy makers. Lord, as we plan for education, the flexibility, I ask, oh God, that you would continue to give the wisdom that is necessary. The Bible said, he who lacks wisdom, let him ask of the Lord, who gives liberally. Today, Father, acknowledging and recognizing that we cannot do it without you, we acknowledge your presence, and so with the authority vested in me, and with the permission, I stand here today, Father, asking your blessings upon everything that will be done, every person that will be making presentation. We thank you, Father, for your blessings upon this land of Grenada, and by extension, the entire Caribbean. Thank you for your blessings and your presence. In Jesus' lovely name, amen.
You may have your seat. Thank you very much, Bishop Dave King, for your words of inspiration. Thank you. It is often said, and I quote, guests should get a warm welcome. They should enter as guests and leave as friends. Author unknown. The task of welcoming you this morning is entrusted to Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chair of the Caribbean Examination Council. Sir Hilary Beckles is widely acclaimed as an integrationist who have received many accolades in the field of academia, nationally, regionally, and internationally. He is certainly a homegrown name throughout the region. Understanding and recognizing his contribution to humanity, I wish to borrow from a description of him cited in the work of the Integrationist Caribbean, dedicated to the Caribbean integration process, and I quote, "He is a distinguished university administrator, internationally reputed historian, an expert thinker and strategist in higher education." End of quote. The pleasure is mine to invite to the podium Professor Hilary Beckles, Chair of the Caribbean Examination Council, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Many thanks, Master of Ceremonies. Colleagues, allow me to recognize the protocol, but to extend a very, very special welcome to our distinguished Prime Minister who's hosting us, the Honorable Deacon Michel, who will be with us shortly, but also to recognize the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, who is online with us today, Baroness Patricia Scotland, and of course all of our distinguished ministers of our region who are here with us this morning, and their staff in the various ministries. My colleagues, very good morning, and welcome to everyone. It is indeed a tremendous pleasure once again to be here in the Spice Isle, beautiful, beautiful Grenada. And if you have not had your morning sea bath at Grenada, I'm recommending that you do that before you leave. It is empowering. Grenada's early morning swim is a wonderful thing. Welcome to this second summit, this summit of solidarity. And we all know why we are here. We are here because 2 years ago, we were so severely tested by COVID-19. We were faced with a systemic crisis in CXC's relationship to its stakeholders because all of the various countries were battling with the challenges of getting their children through the curriculum to be tested. CXC, the organization, was struggling with putting together all of the necessary arrangements, and we were faced, in my opinion, with a systemic crisis. We recognized in the midst of that circumstance that you cannot resolve these kinds of challenges singularly. And therefore, it was necessary for us to go back to the basic principles. One, our ministers are responsible for the effective education of the children under their care. This is why the governments were elected in the first place, and the ministers were put in place to take that responsibility. We realized that each country was faced with peculiar and specific circumstances. And we also recognized that CXC, the organization, while it has responsibility for setting standards of quality and excellence on behalf of all the people of the Caribbean, CXC, the organization, is still ultimately, in the end, the humble servant, here to serve our people and to engage with the governments of the people and finding solutions to all of our challenges. That is when it became perfectly clear to us that what is required is an annual summit where our ministers and their staff, CXC, the institution, can meet and summit to discuss, to review, to evaluate, to think through the data, and to imagine how to move forward collectively as one. And therefore, the objective was not to have a babble as we did 2 years ago, where so many conflicting voices were being heard, and all of us were caught in an unnecessary circumstance because we lack a forum such as this where we could consolidate our thinking. And so we were tested, and we are here as a result of the strategy to resolve some of these challenges. And it's an opportunity for the organization to really understand and respect the work which is being done in the ministries across the region, the ministers and their staff, and how we can have as perfect an alignment as possible as we launch the access and the quality revolution across our ecosystem. So we are here on the eve of the 50th anniversary of CXC to chart the way forward, to maintain the balance in our ecosystem to allow all of our voices to be respected in crafting the journey for the organization. But I wish to add that while we are in the business of institution building, institutional efficiency, quality, and laying out the roadmap for the future of CXC as a highly respected system serving the people of our region, we also have to realize that this is a part of the ecosystem of education, education, education. Because all of the models of economic development that are available to us, whether they are economic development models from the right, from the center, from the left, they all point to the same conclusion, that a country or a region's potential for economic growth and economic transformation, as well as a country's capacity to develop sophistication in social living. And by that I mean, social living where the elderly can walk the peace and street in peace, walk the streets in peace, where all of us can go to the beaches in the evening and have a swim without being molested. We want a society of sophistication in living. That's what we want. So we want economic growth, yes, but we also want sophistication in our social culture, our social living. And education is the key to everything. It is the key to everything. No country can prosper and experience civility without an education revolution. It is not possible. It is not possible. We all know that a country's potential for economic growth is an expression of the percentage of its population that has received higher education. And therefore, moving our children from the primary, the secondary, to the tertiary is the key mandate for all of us. It is the key mandate. If you don't have a high proportion of your citizens involved in the pursuit of professional development, skills training, academic training, your country will not develop. And we know this. We know this. Our fear at the moment, colleagues, is that we in the Caribbean, in fact, I should say we in the English-speaking Caribbean, we have the lowest enrollment in higher education among our young people in the entire hemisphere. So if you take our hemisphere from Alaska in the north to Argentina in the south, and you collect your data on the percentage of young people under the age of 30 in higher education, professional development, skills training, the English-speaking Caribbean is at the bottom of the pile. This is a tragic situation. The French-speaking Caribbean are ahead, the Dutch-speaking Caribbean are ahead, the Spanish-speaking Caribbean ahead. We, in English CARICOM, are at the bottom of the pile in terms of moving our young people from primary, secondary, and into tertiary. This is why our economy is so sluggish in its recovery. We're still recovering from the 2007, 2008 economic crisis because we are not generating the professional skills, we're not generating the professional training, the academic specificity to push innovation, to push economic development, to push transformation. And We have a problem, we all know, and the ministers are dealing with this every day because they have budgets to allocate between their primary, their secondary, their tertiary. They have hard choices to make. We know that the plumbing is broken in the basement. We know that we have problems with primary education and making sure that every child is given a quality primary and move to the secondary and perform at the secondary to push through to the tertiary so that we can have the proliferation of skills that we need for development. And the ministers are here to articulate this predicament. I should say to you, colleagues, that one of the reasons why I have dedicated so much of my time and energy to the reparations movement is because I believe that the mess we inherited at independence, is still stalking us. That all we are doing is cleaning up the mess we inherited in the 60s. And we haven't cleaned up that mess as yet to really break through and really move to the level. We are still cleaning up the rubble that we've inherited at nation building. And I believe that those who colonized this region and created this mess that we have inherited of inadequacy and insufficiency have a duty to come back and work with us to clean up this mess. We need it for the future. We need it. So we're all gathered here this morning to deal with the institutional issues of the CXC, the ministerial interventions to help to chart the path for this institution, but also to recognize that it is a part of a broader conversation about education, about development, about nation building, and the challenges that we are faced with as a people. And critically, of course, we are here because we care. We care for the youth. We care for those who are responsible for their guidance in the households, in the communities, in the villages. We care because as members of CXC, we have their best interests at heart and we want to see these young people perform well. We care for our ministers because we know that there's an enormous burden on their shoulders to manage this massive enterprise of educational development. And without care and solidarity, we will never achieve the results that we are looking for. So welcome, colleagues. Welcome to everyone. We thank you all for being here. And I'm looking forward to the conversations in the next day or so that both formally and informally, so that CXC as an institution would benefit from your wisdom and from your judgments. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Hilary Beckles, for delivering the welcoming remarks, as well as setting the context for today's discourse. Let me also apologize. I should have alerted you earlier of the change in the program, because as you look at the program, you realize that the role of the welcome was tasked with Dr. Wesley. So I want to apologize for not alerting you before of the change in the program. The next speaker I'm about to introduce is Dr. All right. Just pause. The Prime Minister has arrived. So we await his entrance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. So just for the benefit of the Prime Minister, let me just alert him of the change in the program. So we're actually at the remarks and the change, so we had a switch in the welcome. So Hilary Beckles delivered the welcome, and now Dr. Wesley would make remarks. So that's where we are. My next speaker is Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and Executive Officer of the Caribbean Examination Council. The little that I know of Dr. Wesley has given me the confidence to believe and reveal that he is one who is committed to regional integration and development of human capital of the region through education and training. His passion is well established. Join with me in welcoming Dr. Wesley to deliver his remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, and I was told that I should also say Karakou. See? Our chairman, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, chairman of the Caribbean Examination Council, our ministers of education, those present with us and online, the Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education here in Grenada, the Honorable Kay McConney, Minister of Education, Barbados, Dr. the Honorable Nian Gasby Dolly, Minister of Education, Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Minister King from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Minister of Education, others online, permanent secretaries, members of councils, member of the executive management team of the Caribbean Examination Council, well-wishers, members of the media, students, all, good morning. It is an honor to welcome, for the welcome received rather, from the people of Grenada. Hasn't it been lovely? Mr. Prime Minister, you can be proud of what your people are doing. I think they are representing Grenada well. Thank you very much. The hospitality that we have received to date, my team expressed great appreciation for the warm welcome received. When I was listening earlier to the Caribbean song, I was saying, and I don't know, Chairman, you are a teacher of history, you might be able to help me here, but who say that if we have a national song? Because I tell you, listening to that Caribbean song, CARICOM song, I wanted to dance. I mean, that's not something you know, it's supposed to be high in rhythm, let our hearts beat as one. The rhythm that comes with it. So I don't know if we can, facilitate the movement, because we are the Caribbean. We have rhythms and movement in our DNA. Isn't it so? Exactly. So, and that CARICOM song was tempting me to do that. So I don't know if we can change the protocol on that. Well, we have the CARICOM representative here. Dr. Bristol, I don't know if you're able to. I noticed you couldn't keep still though. You were bombing and weaving. I said, okay, there we go. I had a very interesting discussion, many of discussion with my chairman, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, and one of the statements he made to me when we were going through the height of the COVID-19 challenge. He said to me, Wesley, don't let a good crisis go to waste. Of course, when you're facing it and you hear that sort of statement, you say, then, how do I see the gift and opportunity in the circumstances that we faced? I realized then that as a region, we need to stick together to overcome any crisis. And one of the things he admonished me to do at the time was to make sure I engage my stakeholders. Because one of the worst things to happen is during the time of crisis, you face it alone without dialogue. And he was insistent that we create the platform for engagement. And one of the manifestations of that recommendation is the establishment of the CXC Ministerial Summit. It is a summit that we have coined or formed to have meaningful engagement with our stakeholders, to ensure that the collective challenges we face as a region, we don't face it alone, but understand that we can overcome only if we stick together. The story of the Caribbean Examination Council is an inspiring one, reflecting the pride, the energy, and the will of the Caribbean people in demonstrating the positive impact when we stick together. 50 years ago, our founding fathers, insightful leaders of the region, saw the need to stick together, to overcome common challenges, and to ensure that we create an education system that would have been regionally relevant. Relevant to our culture, relevant to our economy, relevant to our system of government, and most of all, the destiny of our Caribbean people. Our founding fathers then seized the moment and established the Caribbean Examinations Council in response to the call for us to have greater regional relevance and international credibility. Over the last 50 years, the establishment of this construct served the region well in fostering the development of the region's human resources by delivering examinations and syllabuses of the highest quality, from primary to post-secondary education. The lessons learned over the last 50 years are well documented and understood, including the impact of the Council on regional development. This impact is reflected in the beneficiaries of our products and services. In that regard, permit me to at least name a few. Inside this room, we have several. Again, I always listen to my chairman, and he tends to boast of the contribution of the University of the West Indies in the region. I stand there this morning to also boast the contribution of the Caribbean Examinations Council to the development of the region. We have Dr. the Honorable Minister Gatsby Daly, a beneficiary of the Caribbean Examination Council. Am I not right? We have the Honorable Minister K. McConney, a beneficiary of the Caribbean Examinations Council. Am I not right? Countless others. We have the Prime Minister of Barbados, a beneficiary of the Caribbean Examinations Council. We have the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Prime Minister Andrew Holness. He is a beneficiary of the Caribbean Examinations Council. And certainly, we have the Honorable Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell, a beneficiary of the Caribbean Examinations Council. And of course, yours truly, Wayne Wesley, Prime Minister. Oh, sorry, I'm getting carried away there. Registrar of the Caribbean Examinations Council. And there are countless others in the audience and right across the Caribbean. Leaders, professionals, technocrats, permanent secretaries, right across the regions who are beneficiaries of the Caribbean Examinations Council. If you are here today and you're a beneficiary online, you can give thumbs up online. If you're here today and you're a beneficiary of the Caribbean Examinations Council, raise your hand. That's the contribution of the Caribbean Examinations Council. So, Chairman, you don't have a monopoly. CXC is moving to ensure that the countless opportunities that exist because you have received the products and services of the Caribbean Examination Council continues to be available. The Council has embarked on a program of transformation which calls us not just to see ourselves as an examining body, but as a regional enterprise evolving, and listen to this carefully, evolving in the Caribbean Education Council. Yes, let that sink in. As we reposition, we are rethinking and reimagining our philosophy that will guide our educational journey. We are rethinking our qualification management framework that will help to put us at world and international levels. We are reimagining our assessment and recognition framework, which will begin to validate national programs to ensure that our students and our learners benefit from regional recognition and qualification. It is envisioned that this new construct will facilitate a structured system of engagement of stakeholders and partners as we stick together. In addressing the challenges facing the region, the COVID-19 pandemic would have given us the impetus to cooperate and collaborate in building resilience in the education system. To stick together means we, just like our founding fathers, we listen to each other. To stick together means we are responsive to each other. To stick together means we are of service to each other. And to stick together means we contribute to the solution of each other's problem. Innovation and creativity becomes the hallmark. For us to achieve this, the summit provides the platform for crucial discussions and deliberations in shaping the future of the Council for the next 50 years. These meetings are part of our strategy of engaging our stakeholders and partners, garnering an inclusive decision-making framework that provides a mechanism for crucial discussions and engagement. This is to ensure that we move in sync with leading educational transformation. We raised our hands earlier as beneficiaries. Now, will you raise your hands with me as agents of change? Will you answer the call to stick together like our founding fathers did to chart the course for the next 50 years. Our region's future depends on the extent to which we stick together. Our founding fathers understood that there is more that unite us than there is that divide us. Let us stick together for the development of the regional education system. God bless you, and God bless the people of the region.
Did I say that his passion is well established? Certainly. Thank you very much, Dr. Wesley, for your remarks, and of course for giving us the charge to believe in this regional institution. At this time, we will have a lighter moment, and I want to invite Mr. Lyndon London and Andrew Greenwich to perform or to deliver a musical performance. Let's welcome them, please. Mr. London and Mr. Byam. Yeah, because I know I had it right. I was wondering how is Greenwich. It's somebody I know for quite a while. Okay, let's put our hands together, please, for the musical performance. Now I have the honor of introducing a young man. That is the next speaker who has a twofold responsibility. One is to make some remarks, and he also has the extreme duty, that is, to introduce the keynote speaker, that is the Honorable Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell. And I say it's a pleasure because I've had the opportunity to work with him before now. Only that time, the role was reversed, because I was the supervisor, and today he is my supervisor. Now, it reminds us of a song by famous, I think it's Lucky Dubious song that says, "Be careful, something up the way of the Lord that we can beat him on the way down." You know, that's a true manifestation. Senator the Honorable David Andrew is someone I have worked with while I was the Chief Education Officer at the Ministry of Education. And we had some very exciting time because he was the champion for this child-friendly school initiative, and a good job at it too. So him now being at the helm of the Ministry of Education is not by accident. Maybe it's by divine design. And I know he will do an excellent job in leading the transformation agenda at the Ministry of Education. The pleasure is mine to welcome Senator the Honorable David Andrew to make some remarks and to introduce the keynote speaker,
Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Petit Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. The Right Honorable Patricia Scotland Casey, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, attending virtually. Other Ministers of Education, Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of the Caribbean Examinations Council, members of the Caribbean Examinations Council, Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar of the Caribbean Examination Council, executive managers or members and staff of the Caribbean Examination Council, representatives of local and regional institutions, development partners, staff of the Ministry of Education, both locally and from the region, principals, staff, parents, students across the region, specially invited guests, parents joining us both here and virtually, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome each and every, to add my own voice in welcoming you to this activity, to this event, and to welcome those of you who are not from Grenada to Grenada, a slice of paradise. Whether you hail from as far north as the land of ackee and saltfish, Jamrock, or the Turks and Caicos, or as far south as the land of many waters, or Suriname, we welcome you. And whether this is your first, second, third, or nth number of visits to Grenada, we welcome you. I trust you got the opportunity to enjoy a bit of the beach, and I think Dr. Wesley talked about that a bit, so obviously he has benefited from that. Our waters are quite different. Our cuisine, or the raw Grenadian hospitality, I trust you've gotten to experience a bit of that in your time thus far. My task is simple, to bring brief remarks, and more importantly, to introduce the keynote speaker. So I want to say that the theme chosen for this ministerial summit, flexible learning, credentialing, and assessment in the Caribbean, is a very apt theme. In a time when our region has been through so many changes, and our region is continually subject to many vulnerabilities, and we know it well. Every year we go through the hurricane season. Every year there are these challenges, there are various risks. If it's not an eruption somewhere, there are always these vulnerabilities within our geographic space, let alone those that trickle down to us from outside, from international sources. And our region knows that well. And so therefore, CXC's choice of theme is very, very timely and very appropriate. I want to point out that these discussions on the part of CXC, they're not new, because in many ways, CXC has been championing for transformation in how we do the business of credentialing, in how we do the business of assessing. In fact, testimony of that is the fact that over the last decade or so, we have been using the CPEA exam, which reflected a change in modality for assessing students, process-oriented, not just terminal in its orientation. And so that kind of conversation and that thinking was always there on the part of CXC. Commendations to them. And the very fact that in Grenada, for instance, we've gone into e-testing for some of our areas within the last couple of years is testimony too that CXC has been innovating, has been trying to respond to the growing need to transform, to change how we credential, how we assess, and how we do things. in this era. But make no bones about it, the last 2 years have made this conversation necessary. It's allowed us to have to become more intentional and deliberate about these matters. And so that's why I say the conversation is very apt and very appropriate at this time. I am confident that Grenada is well positioned to embrace the transformations that this period is bringing, and we are delighted to be a part of that. I want to posit one question for consideration. Only one, before I go to the most substantive task I have today. And that question is, for our consideration, to what extent does a well-credentialed product of our current system reflect the ideal Caribbean person? We talk about creating the ideal Caribbean person. And we live in an era where quite a lot of our students, quite a lot of our products do extremely well. 15, 16 distinctions, 21. And every year the records keep breaking as the numbers increase. And so that question is, to what extent does a well-credentialed product of our current system reflect the ideal Caribbean person? And I'm sure we could do a lot of digging into that. But I would leave that there and hope that that conversation can be dug into another time. And now to the more substantive task that I have today, with pleasure. I am delighted to introduce today my Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, Honorable Dickon Mitchell. This young man has a track record of being a highly successful corporate lawyer who has always had a heart for people and for education. Before entering the field of politics, he engaged in many charitable undertakings. Prime Minister Mitchell has had a close association with the New Life organization, NULO, a local vocational and life skills training institution where he provided free legal services. Additionally, he was a sponsor of the Grenada Community Library in St. George's and provided financial support and mentorship to many, among several of the other things he engaged in. So he has a heart for education. In October 2021, with no prior political experience, this ambitious young man, who is now Prime Minister today, was elected as the political leader of the National Democratic Congress. His vision, steeped in love for country, was to transform Grenada into a prosperous and stable democracy, capable of sustaining a high quality of life for all its people. On June 23rd, 2022, only 8 months into his political career, Dickon Mitchell led the NDC, the National Democratic Congress, to victory in the then held elections, national elections, winning 9 of the 15 seats. He was sworn in on the 24th of June, 2022, as the 9th Prime Minister of Grenada. This is a leader who has earned my respect. This is a leader who has inspired hope and confidence in the Grenadian people. This is a leader who has made young people dream again. This is a leader whose team I am happy and proud to be a part of. This is a leader who loves education, and so is an excellent choice for today's feature speech. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium Grenada's 9th Prime Minister, Honorable Dickon Mitchell. Please.
Good morning, all. Minister of Education, you made me sound very serious there. As Caribbean people, we generally like to keep things light. I want to, first on a serious note, recognize the protocol list by first saying if Patricia Scotland, the Right Honourable, is in the UK at the moment, I suspect it's afternoon in her part of the woods, so I want to say good afternoon to her and recognize the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I want to recognize, obviously, the colleagues at the head table. It's quite an honor to be sitting in the midst of the legendary Sir Hilary Beckles. There are many things he's known for. I'll probably pick a lighter one, championing of West Indian cricket. On a serious note, reparations, and we were talking about some of the progress that has been made on that score. And I was at a meeting earlier this week with the Honourable Minister of Education talking about reparations. And I quoted Sir Hilary by saying, it took 400 years to end slavery. And so we're under no illusion that it may take 400 years to get the reparations, but get it, we will. So it's testimony to not just his academic brilliance, but his fortitude, his willingness to take on the uncomfortable conversations that has made him a legend within the Caribbean and the wider Commonwealth, and I dare say the world. I should confess that I'm really here because someone called me very early upon my becoming Prime Minister and insisted that I had to attend this conference and insisted, sometimes despite my attempt to wiggle out, that I had to deliver this feature address. And so I want to thank him for his persistence and for making sure that I accepted the invitation. Because sitting here, I have not regretted it. And looking at the program, I feel quite jealous that I have to leave after my speech and that I can't be part of the deliberations. But I certainly want to thank you, sir, for inviting me. Distinguished colleagues, other ministers of education, good morning. I hope you have had a wonderful morning thus far. I believe we will be seeing each other again later on this evening. And I look forward to meeting as many of you one-on-one and engaging with you. So I want to extend greetings to the Chairman and members of the Caribbean Examinations Council, as well as all of you distinguished guests here this morning in the audience. It is my honor to deliver this feature address at this CXC second annual Ministerial Summit with a focus on flexible learning, credentialing, and assessment in the Caribbean. I want to commend the Council for this very appropriate theme as we seek to move past the extraordinary challenges imposed by COVID-19 and attempt to garner lessons learned from this globally impactful event. The pandemic revealed glaring inefficiencies in our education system, and as a positive, forced us to stop and take a critical look at our approach to learning and the skills and technology needed to create school systems that are resilient and nimble. As we move forward, we must accept that the past 2 years have changed the fabric of our society in a way that cannot be undone. While the temptation to return to normal is natural, we must resist this urge towards the change that will be most beneficial to our citizens and that which prepares our countries for the transformation we seek. Our human resources are our most precious asset and a fundamental contributor to the social and economic development of our nations. We now have an opportunity to reimagine how we can equitably prepare our citizens for a changing global society with ever-increasing technological demands. a fundamental issue that our region must confront with a matter of urgency is the gap that exists between the curriculum taught in schools and the skills required for the job market and the development of member states. In the case of Grenada, to address this disconnect, my new administration has embarked on a transformative agenda that seeks to shift the way in which we think about education and certification in the traditional sense, placing emphasis on the importance and significance of vocational skills in our society. And I want to stop here a little and talk about New Life Organization, because the Minister of Education talked about my close association with NULO. And NULO, otherwise known as New Life Organization, was an organization formed by churches, the Grenada Conference of Churches, principally led by the Catholic Church, in the aftermath of the demise of the Grenada Revolution. And until recently, it received no state funding at all. But I can tell you, if you take NULO out of the equation of Grenada, as a society, we would be significantly and fundamentally less well off. Almost single-handedly, NULO has provided vocational training across all sectors of Grenada, so that if you do a spot check in this hotel, for example, you are likely to find that a significant percent of the persons who work at the restaurants, who do all of the technical support work, whether it's plumbing, refrigeration, electrician, painting, come out of NULO. They do not come out of our secondary schools. And they do not come out of TAMCC. Prior to coming here this morning, I was at a pre-cabinet meeting, and another NGO was making a pitch for government contributions to assist the state with allowing persons who've dropped out of school, to allowing adults who've never had the opportunity to complete school to be educated. They're making a pitch because for the last 3 years, they've done so on their own with no state assistance. And the statistics they quoted to me, assuming it is accurate, which was provided by our Central Statistical Office, says that 37% of our population do not complete secondary or tertiary level education. And so we have to be grateful and thankful that there are organizations, and I suspect it's the same in many of the other islands, who fill that gap on a voluntary basis that is so badly needed to address the lacuna in vocational skills that are required by our society. So as a complement to the traditional subjects, non-traditional subjects such as fishing, and I've talked a lot about this, in Grenada, our education system has never taught someone to be a fisherman. You become a fisherman purely if it's a family tradition, or you are fortunate or unfortunate enough to be born in a particular locale, Gov, Woban, Subiz. And that's just one example. So the requirement to embrace non-traditional academic vocational areas is obvious. The need to embrace new areas, such as the introduction of coding into our schools, is obvious. And the Minister of Education has already wholeheartedly embraced this administration's desire to introduce coding paid for by the state into our primary and eventually secondary schools throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, with no exception. But importantly, the development of skills such as critical thinking, active learning, emotional intelligence, and leadership must also be explored and encouraged. Our academic institutions should also encourage greater integration between education and the world of work. Examples of this include the provision of academic credit for experience and on-the-job learning, building real-world projects and work engagements into the curriculum, and more industry validation of curriculum components. The academic menu at our institutions of learning should be reflective of our reality as large ocean states that are rich in biodiversity, vulnerable to the effects of climate change, and overly reliant on the importation of food. And I perhaps want to re-emphasize that. In all of, particularly the OECS, our ocean space is many times that of our land space. But our education system has not, and currently does not reflect that. And we need to ensure that our education system begins to reflect the reality that our marine space is several times larger than our land space. Our students should be engaged in proffering solutions to the unique challenges that we face, given that these are the issues that they will inherit in the not-too-distant future. Our role as governments and regional institutions is to put the necessary frameworks, policies, programs, and financing in place to assist our citizens on this path towards self-sufficiency and sustainability. In Grenada, we understand the critical role that education plays as a cornerstone of the change we wish to see in our society. We also understand the need for education to be accessible, equitable, and an ongoing part of the lives of our citizens. To this end, my administration has prioritized education infrastructure, technological capacity, and education financing. These priority areas will seek to strengthen systems that support blended learning modalities in schools and will include training for teachers and administrators. In our rapidly changing world, our students and teachers need to be comfortable with the process of constantly learning, unlearning, and relearning. Advancements in robotics and artificial intelligence and other trending and rapidly advancing technologies will continue to have a profound impact on the skills that our young people will need to succeed at work, at home, and in the global community. Such skills now provide additional options to our citizens through remote work. The question then is, how can CXC pivot to become more viable in light of these rapid technological advancements? The 2022 CSEC examination results for Grenada in general mathematics for male and female students were 37.5 and 36.51% pass rates, respectively. I'm not going to repeat them because they are not statistics that I'm proud of. These results are very worrying, given the knowledge that we have of the future of work and the increased focus in science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEM subjects, including computer science or computer technology. So our education institutions need to meet the needs of today's contemporary students and leverage the capabilities of modern technologies and online educational delivery. Online learning provides students with access to a wide selection of courses and learning resources beyond those available locally or regionally. Additionally, online learning enables blended learning models that make it possible to customize the time, the place, the path, and the pace of instructions to tailor learning experiences to each student's individual learning needs. Massive open online courses, platforms such as Coursera and edX, are part of the thriving online degree business that offers various free of charge and other fee-based educational credentials. Additionally, these platforms offer new types of credential programs beyond traditional degrees, various types of certificates and micro-credentials, creating the building blocks for lifelong learning and more affordable and customizable degrees and training programs. Being mindful of such developments, we must seek, through CXC and our other regional institutions, to diversify and enrich the offerings to our people. As an example, CXC's Learning Hub can be enhanced in partnership with other organizations, enabling greater and easier access to digital content. The extra regional sale of CXC's products and other revenue generation initiatives may also prove worthy of exploration. And I'll repeat that last sentence. The extra regional sale of CXC's products and other revenue generating initiatives may also prove worthy of exploration. Given that we are all beneficiaries in this room of CXC, there is no reason why, with the use of technology, students in other parts of the world, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, in South America, cannot benefit from our own CXC modules and programs online. And there is no reason why CXC should not sell and generate revenue online using those programs. Because we know the governments in the region always don't have physical space. So there is no reason why CXC itself, with the explosion of online learning, should not capitalize on this and be able to earn revenue extra-regionally. One of the challenges that our education institutions will face in embracing this approach to flexible education is how to knit these modular learning experiences from various sources together in a cohesive way, while maintaining valid and reliable assessment systems. To this end, multiple assessment pathways can be reviewed to identify the best support structure for students, particularly our students that are differently abled and with specific needs. Lastly and importantly, the receptivity of employers and business leaders to these new educational credential offerings and flexible delivery approaches will also be key in defining the future of our education sector. Public and business-focused sensitization sessions on this new transformative approach will therefore be crucial to ensure the greatest impact. Realizing these opportunities and continuing to optimize online programs that deliver quality outcomes will require greater cooperation between academia, industry, and government, as well as new types of partnerships, investments, and resources. My government looks forward to collaborating with the Council as we endeavor to develop a model that marries well with the current CXC framework of qualifications, awards, and examinations, and seeks to assist all students, regardless of age, to achieve their potential in keeping with the CARICOM Human Resource Development 2030 strategy. I want to close with a quote by Dr. Didicus Jules, Director General of the OECS and former CXC Registrar and Chief Executive Officer. quote, our potential is limited only by the scale of our imagination and the fortitude of our will. It has been my distinct honor to address all of you this morning, and I want to wish you a successful meeting. And I certainly believe, as a product of exclusively Caribbean education, I've never ventured beyond the shores of Jamaica. So Jamaica, the Bahamas, Trinidad, Cayville, Grenada. That's where I was educated. And I've never felt, in all of my travels, wherever I've landed, that I was disadvantaged, less well off, or that somehow my education system had failed me. And I therefore want to ensure that the next generation of Caribbean civilization has that same confidence, that same fortitude, and the excitement that my Caribbean education has played in my life. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada. We all know that the Prime Minister is a student of history. And I would say, despite he's very early in that side of his political life, I am confident that he is a regionalist. Prime Minister, thank you very much for your delivery. Thank you very much for putting in context not just Grenada's education, but also the region, and the confidence you have placed in yourselves and us to advance this cause. CXC is us to nurture, to keep, and to grow. Once again, thank you very much. I also want to say thank you to Honorable David Andrew, because I didn't return then, for your words of inspiration. I think you were spot on with the observations you have made. And of course, your confidence is growing in the role as Minister of Education. Let's put our hands together for the two gentlemen, please. At this time, we'll be having a showcase of Grenada, compliments the Grenada Tourism Authority.
We want to express our own thanks to the Grenada Tourism Authority for this presentation. Right, before we move to the vote of thanks, I just want to inform you that CXC has partnered with the Commonwealth on this program, and this broadcast will be delayed broadcast to 52 countries of the Commonwealth. At this time, we come to the end of the program, but of course, as everything, we must express thanks. And I would like to call on Mrs. Leno Baptiste Simmons, Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Education, Trinidad and Tobago, to deliver the vote of thanks. Yes. All right, before Mr. Simmons come, please let us witness the departure of the Prime Minister. Right, let us welcome Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In absentia, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland KC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education, Youth, Sports and Culture in Grenada, other Honorable Ministers of Education, Dr. Laurel Bristol, Program Manager for Human Resource Development, CARICOM Secretariat, Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of the Caribbean Examination Council, members of the CXC Council, Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and CEO of the Caribbean Examination Council, executive team and staff of the Caribbean Examination Council, representatives of local and regional education institutions, development partners, staff of the Ministries of Education represented here and online, principal staff, parents, and students across the region, specially invited guests present and joining us virtually, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. Once again, good morning. On behalf of the Caribbean Examination Council, I take great pleasure in extending appreciation to our participants in the opening ceremony of CXC's second Ministerial Summit here in beautiful Grenada. The stage was set with blessings from Pastor David King and the national anthem of Grenada, played by the Joint School Orchestra. It is clear from what we have heard thus far that it will be a day of robust discussions and presentations all aimed at better appreciating flexible learning, credentialing, and assessment within the region's education system. I invite you to join us in expressing our sincerest gratitude to the Honorable Deacon A.T. Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, our featured speaker, for his insightful presentation. We take note and agree, Honorable Prime Minister, that our human resources are our most precious asset and a fundamental contributor to the social and economic development of our nations. And we now have an opportunity to reimagine how we can equitably prepare our citizenry for a changing global society with ever-increasing technological demands. Once again, sir, we thank you. We wish to also thank Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education, Sport and Culture, Grenada, for highlighting the significance of this summit, not only to the education sector of Grenada, but also to all invited policymakers in the field of education. We express our gratitude to Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of the CXC, for his welcome remarks, his insights and wisdom, which he so generously shared. Dr. Wesley, Registrar and CEO of CXC, we express heartfelt thanks to you, sir, for your remarks and once again your passion for regional development and partnerships. We extend our gratitude to Mr. Elvis Moraine, Permanent Secretary with responsibility for education in the Ministry of Education, Sports and Culture in Grenada, for his mastery in guiding us through our program this morning. This mastery was complemented by the musical performers Lyndon Langdon and Andre Greenwich, who brought us the rich and irresistible tones of the saxophone and pan. We also thank the Grenada Tourism Authority for showcasing their beautiful island and the warmth of the Grenadian people. To all participants and distinguished guests gathered here in Grenada, both on Zoom and viewing on CXC TV, it was a distinct pleasure having you join us for the opening ceremony. Finally, a special thank you to the Ministerial Summit Planning Committee from Grenada, the Corporate Communications team and the Western Zone Office team of CXC in Jamaica, which demonstrated through the planning of this auspicious opening ceremony a true example of successful collaborative working. Thank you and stay tuned for the plenary sessions which will follow a short coffee break. Once again, thank you so very much for being here.
So my only task now is to thank you to Mr. Simmons for moving the vote of thanks.
My name is Vaughn, and this is why Grenada rocks. When I think of Grenada, I think of my family, think of my friends, the people I love, things I love, places I love. And you know, that's what really inspires me to do what I do and, you know, come back home.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're invited to coffee break on the outside. Please help yourselves to some refreshments.
I'm connected to Grenada in every way possible. It's the place that I was born. It's where I want to spend the rest of my life, where I want to be in the future, where I want to start my family and everything. Growing up in Grenada, it's been great, you know, because I grew up in a community where the community grows the child. I think that's a thing, that's a Grenadian thing, you know, like, and they mold me and taught me the right way, manners and everything, and that's.
Thank you very much for the musical interlude. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for our musicians. So at this juncture, we would like to invite all of you. We know you've been gathering your refreshments to delight yourselves, obviously, but we'd like you to please, if you can, return to your seats so that we begin with the first plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so appreciative of your time today to be with us at this second ministerial summit. We've just concluded our opening ceremony, and we know that you've been delighted by all the presentations made by all speakers this morning. Having completed our coffee break, we are now about to begin our plenary sessions. We begin with first, a presentation that I will make reflecting on the 2021 or first ministerial summit. So our first ministerial summit was actually a virtual event that was held on November the 23rd, 2021. So what I will attempt to do is reflect on the aims and objectives of the first summit, a recap of the presenters who were with us, give some statistics about our participation, speak to the key lessons learned and the actions that CXC would have adopted to posture to facilitate the recommendations made coming out of the summit. Thank you very much. So, as was indicated by the Registrar and CEO, the summit for us is of strategic relevance. In fact, it is one of our initiatives in our strategic plan, the CXC's 2021-25 strategic plan, that ensures that we are engaging the regional and national perspectives in education through dialogue, to facilitate engagement for policy making and for transformation of education in our region. CXC as a public service organization sees this as important because for us, it provides a platform for intellectual discourse, for engagement at high levels, and to ensure that we focus on transformational issues across the region as an authority that is responsible for awards or credentialing and for assessment in the region. Our first summit focused on three core objectives. We first wanted to engage ministers of education to ensure that we looked at curriculum policy issues with a key emphasis on the subject of history. The second objective looked at documenting and reviewing the recommendations from ministers so that we can utilize it for effective planning and delivery. And our third was to ensure that there was a discussion on compulsory education and looking at novel or new generation curriculum. My apologies. So for us, the themes of economic, social, political, policy, cultural impacts, creation of a knowledge society, creation of a skilled society are important to CXC as we engage in our transformation agenda. In terms of our presenters, we had high-level engagement, beginning with Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as our feature speaker. We've had 7 ministers who were part of the dialogue, some of them who are here with us today and who have joined us online, including Belize, who we fondly refer to also as the Big Four: Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and of course Jamaica. And we've also had representatives or ministers from the OECS territories. There was also a representation from the CARICOM Secretariat. The Secretary General would have brought remarks, including our Vice Chancellor of the University of Guyana, who chaired the proceedings, and notwithstanding our own chairman, Sir Hilary Beckles, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, and of course our Registrar, Dr. Wayne Wesley. So who did we reach? So we would have, in fact, attempted to gather our stats from our viewing audience, both online and those who had delayed access to our feed. And so we found that there were as many as 7,384 viewers who were live, both on UWI TV and CXC TV, which were our online platforms for that particular session. We also had in excess of 13,000 individuals who looked at our videos post-event via Facebook primarily. So we found that we were over just about 20,000 individuals from both the live and the post-live feedback or events that took place. Following this, there were 9 media outlets and partners who provided post-media coverage, including the media houses from Barbados, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, and many others. So what are our lessons learned from the event? So we had 3 roundtables, as I mentioned, which would have focused on the core themes that we were exploring, where we wanted to look at what were the policy issues in country during the pandemic and what were the opportunities for us to reflect on that to see what interventions we could make post-pandemic. In general, we found that there were considerations for looking at teacher shortages, particularly for the subject of history, as we considered the implications of history as a curriculum area. We looked at the issue of exploring the community of learning for best practices, establishing an opportunity for teachers, curriculum officials, policymakers, and others to engage in dialogue and sharing best practices in the region, which we know has been not just only championed through CARICOM and the Secretariat and the OECS Commission, but has also been a point of consideration for many of our partners, including the University of the West Indies and certainly for CXC. There's also been a consideration raised looking at linking the socioeconomic demands and ensuring that student performance is addressed appropriately, responding to those demands, addressing the issues of learning loss through quality education. Some of the featured areas that were identified were green skills, looking at gender parity in education, global citizenship, and science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, or STEM. We also looked at digital transformation and the fact that it was something that was seen to be costly and a costly endeavor for curriculum delivery in our territories. And there was a need for looking at the assessment approaches and for reform therein, exploring where CXC can benefit from an external audit of CXC's offerings and CXC as an organization, and putting a monitoring and evaluation system in place. And of course, looking at the integration of data banks and open resource systems, looking at management of information. So CXC has responded, ladies and gentlemen. We have listened attentively to you, and we have responded. As at the time of compiling this report, we are about 90% complete in terms of addressing those recommendations. And so some of those recommendations that were made or put forward at the Ministerial Summit last year, 9 of those recommendations that were put forward, we have had about 8 of them being either adequately progressed or completed. And this include ensuring that the advisory group of experts for the History Curriculum Task Force have continued their deliberations and well advanced towards completing that curriculum. The scope and sequence for the history curriculum was also addressed. We've also, as you know, have a need transition framework, and we've advanced that significantly, and you will hear a presentation later today on that, looking at our digital education thrust. We have put quality indicators in place at CXC for ensuring that we can measure the quality of all our products and services. And we have begun the process of putting a qualifications management framework in place, which you will hear of later, that addresses delivery of credentials across the region. And we started the process of embarking on a new qualification called the CXC, Citizenship and Technical Education Certificate, or CTEC, which was a research project and still is, that would have given us sufficient data to explore. We've also addressed our internal and external audit systems, and with us today is the chair of our audit committee. And we've also begun looking at the recognition of CXC, and we have addressed that by piloting the recognition standards espoused by the International Association for Educational Assessment, whom we are also collaborating with in hosting a conference in Jamaica next year. And finally, we have addressed our data governance issues by putting the relevant frameworks and policies in place at CXC, and we have also introduced the CXC Data Intelligence Gateway, or CDIG, which I know many of you are familiar with, to explore the data release opportunities for member states to access data on student performance, student entries, and the like. So our post-summit consultations would have taken place. We would have had a significant number of webinars, conferences with stakeholders, exploring a lot of these dimensions to see what are the possibilities for us. And this, ladies and gentlemen, would have led us to today, where a lot of what we have been looking at over the last year resonates with the areas related to digital education and flexible learning and credentialing. And because of that, we have aptly themed today's session or conference to explore flexible credentialing, learning, and assessment. And that is a recap of the 2021, or first, Ministerial Summit. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So what I will do now is segue into the second component of this session. And as you can see in your program, we have a plenary presentation a video presentation by the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, followed by a presentation by Dr. Sanjaya Mishra, Director for Education Sector of the Commonwealth of Learning, who will be speaking to the topic, Flexible Credentialing in a Digital Age. We at CXC have found it necessary to partner with the Commonwealth through the Commonwealth Secretariat and the Commonwealth of Learning to explore the possibilities for ensuring capacity building within the region, and of course looking at opportunities for exploring where we go with digital education primarily. And so it is our distinct pleasure and honor to have the Commonwealth Secretariat partnering with us to ensure, as was mentioned, that we have this session, on the sessions today, broadcast across 52 countries in the Commonwealth, region by region, over the next few days. What I would like to do now, having observed all protocols, to introduce you into Plenary 1, and I will begin by reading the bios for both Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, and followed by Dr. Sanjaya Mishra. The Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC, serves as the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. A native of the esteemed Commonwealth of Dominica, her career has been marked by achieving a number of extraordinary firsts, including being the first woman to serve as Her Majesty's Attorney General for England and Wales and for the Northern Ireland. She is mobilizing the Commonwealth to tackle climate change. In fact, she's presently at the COP27 summit, and so she's unable to be with us live, but she's presenting to us from a video presentation that she has put together. And so, of course, she's looking at the issue of resilience of small states and vulnerable countries as a result of not just climate change, but a lot of the issues that are faced as a result of the pandemic, etc. She's also focused on eliminating domestic violence and violence against women and girls. She completed her LLB honors at the University of London. And of course, she is someone whom we all esteem highly because of the role that she plays. So that is the bio for the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Now I will introduce Dr. Sanjaya Mishra, who is the Director for the Education Sector at the Commonwealth of Learning in Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada. Dr. Sanjaya Mishra serves as the Director for Education Sector of the Commonwealth of Learning. Dr. Mishra is one of the leading scholars in open, distance, and online learning with extensive experience in teaching, staff development, research, policy development, innovation, and organizational development. He has designed and developed award-winning online courses and platforms, such as understanding of open educational resources. In that way, he's been a pioneer, ladies and gentlemen, in the Commonwealth. And he has also been one who has looked at and explored the establishment of the Commonwealth Digital Education Leadership Training and Action, which the CXC is indeed interested in partnering with and exploring fully to benefit the Caribbean territories we serve. And he's also been one who's established the Open Education Resources, or COL Commons. He has written and edited over 300 publications in the forms of books, chapters, peer-reviewed, journal papers, conference presentations, book reviews, and distance learning materials. While we call him Dr. Sanjaya Mishra, I would agree that many of us would believe he should be aptly called Professor Sanjaya Mishra. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct pleasure to introduce to you both the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland and her presentation, immediately followed by a live presentation from Burnaby, British Columbia, by Dr. Sanjaya Mishra. Thank you very much.
Honourable Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, Ministers of Education and other Ministers of Government of the Caribbean Community, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of the Caribbean Examinations Council, CXC, and Vice-Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and CEO of the Caribbean Examinations Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all. It's my pleasure to greet you on this special occasion of the second annual CXC Ministerial Summit, as you engage with one of the most pressing priorities since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm mindful that this priority is being addressed even as we grapple with the intersecting economic, political, and environmental threats to global peace, prosperity, and the well-being of our peoples. I very much regret that I am unable to join you in person in St. George's, but I'm currently engaged in crucial discussions at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh on the global response to climate change. In spite of the geographical distance, our priorities are closely aligned. Our discussions here at COP27 reinforce the imperative of rethinking educational models to ensure a focus on sustainability, equality, and inclusion. Like the terrible loss of learning driven by the pandemic, climate change will have devastating effects on education systems, including for the smallest states, such as those in the Caribbean. So I commend the governments of the Caribbean community and the Caribbean Examinations Council for your vision in addressing the critical issues of flexible learning, credentialing, and assessment as we seek to get our young people back on track. We know that the pandemic has forced too many students into labour exploitation, and many have experienced increased domestic violence whilst disconnected from safe school environments. Undoubtedly, if we do not make radical progress on mitigating the effects of climate change, we will not be able to ensure quality education for all, and the outcomes for our young people will be grim. In fact, we estimate that more than 100 million children around the world have already fallen into multidimensional poverty. It is vital that we act in the Caribbean to curtail these trends within the region. Greater flexibility and digital preparation are imperative to educational transformation. The specific issues on today's agenda are vital to meeting the needs of the billions of children, young people, and other learners across the world who have been displaced and excluded. I'm particularly pleased to note that CARICOM is taking a lead on developing a regional strategy. You will all recall that during the 21st Commonwealth Education Ministers meeting earlier this year in Nairobi, Kenya, ministers began important conversations on several essential themes. First, the potential transformative impact of digital technologies on addressing needs for flexibility, sustainability, and inclusivity in learning. Second, the gaps in infrastructure and digital connectivity which impede inclusive education. And third, the urgency of increasing financial investments in education. Heads of government at their meeting in Kigali in July underscored these issues. In recognizing the paramount importance of human capital for sustainable development, Commonwealth leaders welcomed a focus on resilience and sustainability to address disparities in education. And vitally, they also expressed support for the Kenyatta Call to Action on Education Finance, adopted at the Global Partnership Education Summit in London in 2021, while committing to efficient and innovative financing of education. I urge you to advance on these discussions and recommit to ensuring that we leave no one behind. We can do this together by building a resilient Caribbean education and assessment system that caters to the ever-evolving needs of all learners, whether boys or girls, young men or young women, and including those with special learning needs. And by building systems which are resilient in the face of future shocks and disruptions. I'm pleased that the Commonwealth of Learning will contribute to today's discussions. And I thank Dr. Sanjaya Mishra for speaking to the issue of flexible credentializing in a digital age. I have no doubt that the Pan-Commonwealth insights and good practices which he will share will be helpful to your deliberations. For my part, please be assured of my commitment and the commitment of the whole Commonwealth Secretariat to supporting your strategies, including through the continued publishing and updating of Commonwealth toolkits to support education policy and curriculum transformation. I am continuously inspired by your shared political commitment and technical leadership in ensuring quality and inclusive education for all. On behalf of the whole Commonwealth, thank you for all you have done, for all you are doing, and all you will go on to do in the service of others. Let us continue to work towards meeting our shared goals on the 2030 agenda and beyond.
Hello, everyone. Esteemed Minister of Education in the Caribbean countries, colleagues from the Caribbean Examination Council, the CARICOM, and members of the participants, dignitaries today in the audience. I present our best compliments to you on behalf of the Commonwealth of Learning and our President and Chief Executive Officer, Professor Asa Kanwar. I am humbled by the nomination to present before you some ideas related to the topic of your meeting on flexible learning in a digital age. And I have decided to give a focus on micro-credential based on my discussion with Dr. Eduardo Ali. The Commonwealth of Learning was established in 1987 by the Commonwealth Heads of Government to help Commonwealth governments and institutions use technologies to improve and expand access to education and training. In the Caribbean region, we work in the 12 Commonwealth countries, and I thank you, ministers, for your support. Our work focuses on promoting learning for sustainable development, where we believe that learning must lead to economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental conservation. In this presentation today, I provide an overview of the digital environment, discuss flexible learning, and elaborate on the need for micro-credential as a path for promoting lifelong learning. First, digital age context. What is the current scenario of access to digital technologies? Caribbean countries present a very positive outlook in terms of access to internet, with many countries having over 70% access. According to the available data, Guyana has the lowest access per 100 at 37, followed by Belize at 51. Data on mobile subscription too is very positive, with Antigua and Barbuda having almost 2 mobile phones per person. The access to mobile, smartphone, and internet shows that digital learning via mobile could be a possible strategy to reach more people, access quality lifelong learning. People not in school and employment in the Caribbean is a big number. According to International Labour Organization data from 2019 and 2020, due to limited education and employment opportunities, about 3 out of every 10 young people in the Caribbean are not in school, employment, or being trained. During the COVID-19, the problem of skill shortage increased, with many not attending schools. CALL admitted over 150,000 citizens of the Commonwealth to gain skills and regain employment, with more than 42,000 of them completing those courses. Many of these were from Caribbean countries. Teachers faced many challenges due to sudden transition to online learning. CALL, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education in Trinidad and Tobago, conducted a massive open online course on open educational resources for online learning, reaching over 18,000 teachers. The pandemic also highlighted the preparedness in terms of ICT in education at the level of ministries and educational institutions. While most countries have relevant policies in place, it may be time to review these ICT in education policies. CALL has supported Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, and St. Lucia to develop their ICT in education policy and strategy prior to the pandemic. CALL had supported these 3 countries to adopt the Commonwealth Digital Education Leadership Training in Action, C-Delta, to provide digital education skills training to teachers and secondary school students to effectively use digital resources, assist them recognize their digital footprints and digital identity for online safety, and engage in personal learning networks. The C-Delta is a scalable online platform that can be spread and used by many and all Caribbean countries. The key trend in the region indicates that high internet and mobile penetration creating new opportunities for online learning. There is increased use and acceptance of online learning during COVID-19. And as you have seen from presentations about the use of technologies in Caribbean examination councils, and more open and free courses for teacher training are now available. There is need for skilling and reskilling the youth, and review of ICT in education policies are needed to build resilience of education systems. In the Caribbean region, despite high penetration of internet and mobile and several online projects ongoing in the region, there are 5 key challenges, which includes internet connectivity at schools, internet access beyond administration in the school, connectivity at home, cost of the internet access, and teacher training. So all these needs to be addressed. A report of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean indicated that blended learning, and I quote, blended learning will characterize post-pandemic education in the Caribbean with a combination of online and traditional classroom learning for maximum inclusivity. Beyond the pandemic, flexible, dynamic education systems with inbuilt preparedness for large-scale crisis can offer learning continuity in the face of extreme weather events frequently experienced by Caribbean seats, unquote. According to the Australian Flexible Learning Network, flexible learning expands choice on what, when, where, and how people learn. In practice, flexible learning could manifest in different ways, including synchronous and asynchronous learning, blended and online learning. Duration of learning hour is insignificant as long as learning outcomes are achieved and student experience mastery learning. Flexible learning is also open to workplace-based learning, providing more work-integrated and lifelong learning opportunities for all. It may also include recognition of prior learning and provide credits to learning through experience. Over 20 years back, Professor Jim Taylor talked about flexible learning model and intelligent flexible learning. Distance education provides flexibility in terms of time, place, and pace, but as synchronous delivery mechanisms such as broadcast came into picture, flexibility was lost. The internet now provides us the opportunity to deliver better interactive asynchronous learning that is more flexible. New developments in artificial intelligence and big data helps us create the 5th generation learning environment, providing personalized learning. Earlier, the learning environment were either classroom-based or online distance education. However, there is a convergence happening and more institutions around the world are now adopting a blended approach, which is a judicious mix of face-to-face and online teaching and learning. Technology is the backbone of such a blended learning environment, and policymakers must ensure access to digital tools that are affordable and there is equity and inclusion in policy as well as practice. Teacher training as well as student preparation to effectively develop skills of self-directed learning would help designing and delivering quality blended learning opportunities. In designing blended and online learning environment, or for that matter, any learning environment, it is good to start with assessment in mind. There is a need to focus more on continuous assessment than final year-end examination. Assessment should be authentic and criterion-oriented to provide evidence of learning. As assessment forms the basis of any system of education, there is a need also to rethink new ways of certifying the learners. Micro-credential is one such development that needs consideration of policymakers. These days, there are many news items indicating that leading companies in the world are not looking for degrees, but they are seeking skills from the applicants while recruiting staff. But can degrees be really delinked from jobs? Google, for example, has developed a training program that prepares job-ready graduates. Should you adopt this model for all courses and programs? Traditional degree signal that the graduates are employable. However, this is increasingly being questioned as a proxy for employability. Brian Kaplan argues that the primary function of education is not to enhance a student's skill, but to certify their competencies that are valued by the employers. If that is so, how can we ensure that our education system provides robust information about the competencies of the learners? This would require a better understanding about micro-credential as a growing field. A recent effort by UNESCO resulted in a draft definition that lacks consensus at present. It is also not endorsed by UNESCO. It says a micro-credential is a record of focused learning achievement, verifying what the learner knows, understands, or can do, includes assessment based on clearly defined standards, and is awarded by a trusted provider, has standalone value, and may also contribute to or complement other micro-credential or macro-credential, including through recognition of prior learning, and meets the standard required by relevant quality assurance agencies. In Australia, micro-credentials are outcome-based. They are responsive to industry needs and tailored towards supporting lifelong learning. Micro-credentials are at least 1 hour duration or less than Australian qualification framework award qualification in its duration. In Canada, the micro-credential is in early stage of development. There is no limit to duration, though in British Columbia, it is recommended that micro-credentials may be below 288 hours. However, the idea of micro-credential follows some principles such as relevance to industry and community needs, accreditation by recognized and professional agencies, meeting government set quality standard, follow assessment to help the learner demonstrate skills and knowledge, and are offered in a flexible approach and are stackable to combine previously earned credentials. New Zealand has a more matured micro-credential regime where approved courses are registered in the New Zealand Qualification Framework Micro-Credential Equivalency Register. The micro-credentials are about 5 to 40 credits courses or training, where 1 credit is 10 hours of student learning time. These focus on updating the skills and provide continuing professional development opportunity to the citizens. To design micro-credential, it is important to have a clarity on the basic framework, which must be aligned to national regional qualification framework. Such courses must be competency-based, industry-oriented, bite-sized, assessed, including assessment of prior learning, and remain modality neutral, meaning you are providing in blended online or face-to-face training on distance learning mode. It should not matter. The quality assurance of the courses and provider of the courses also are important considerations. Finally, I would propose that creating a more flexible learning environment for Caribbean countries, there is a need for a micro-credential framework, a federated registry of micro-credentials, and local capacities must be developed to offer relevant micro-credentials. Such steps would help learners find their relevant micro-courses and enable providers to develop the much-needed competency-based courses in the region. I'm sure the deliberations in the ministerial meeting will consider some of these issues, and I thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's afternoon, it's not morning. A special, warm welcome, spicy Grenadian welcome to our visitors. My name is Dr. Nicole Philip Dow. I am the Deputy Director of the Open Campus Country Sites, acting for this year, University of the West Indies. I wish to thank you for joining us, and in this second plenary, our first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Edwano Ali, Pro-Registrar, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of CXC, and Dr. Margaret Niles, Manager, Education, Research and Innovation of CXC. Dr. Ali and Dr. Niles will present on the topic, how does the Caribbean respond to the learning crisis post-pandemic? Some thoughts from CXC's approach to the problem. Dr. Ali, Dr. Niles, welcome you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for the introduction. All protocols, again, have been observed. I will try to make my presentation as briefly as possible. I first want to start by saying that was mentioned by Dr. Mishra. The theme this year, flexible learning, credentialing, and assessment, was chosen because we see the value of flexible education to the Caribbean, and more notably to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals 4 and 8, where we focus on inclusivity and equity in terms and the quality of education and lifelong learning for all, so that we can contribute to sustainable livelihoods for all our citizens, and certainly to allow for employability of those who have taken our education. So for us, flexible education looks at the principles and practices governing formal education's approach to demonstrating how we approach increasing options for learners, including the structures such as the policies, the strategies, the systems in education, the administrative requirements, including financing options for learners, the learning mechanisms, which you've heard Dr. Mishra speak to, the assessment approaches, and of course the credentialing approaches. So for us at CXC, we see this as being pivotal as we think about learners in this new paradigm, and we look at the connections between the formal education sector and the non-formal and informal learning, and we look at how we can structure credentialing, focusing on teaching, learning, and assessment to address those who are in school and those who are out of school, including youth and adults. For us, it's also important that we structure credentialing pathways that look at self-paced options, self-directed learning options, for learning for those who are learning to do and to apply those vocational skills within the world where they are operating, and for obviously those who are within the classroom who want to ensure that the learning is relevant, whether their classroom is a physical classroom or a virtual space. So what I would like to do is to posit the question, how does the Caribbean respond to the learning crisis post-pandemic? And some thoughts from CXC's approach to the problem. And for us, really, the question has to do with having listened to all of you, having listened to the region over the last few years, and certainly having pondered on the strategic approaches within our sphere of influence as an organization, there are responses that we could take. And so we are looking at it from a researched perspective. And so for us in this presentation, I will begin by presenting on the global insights, CXC's philosophy, and what was referred to as our qualifications management framework. And then Dr. Niles, who is our manager for educational research and innovation, will talk about the research we're doing on credentialing and some action research that has been done using a particular qualification that we have been modeling. And so the emerging global reality, ladies and gentlemen, is simply this. For us at CXC, there are 4 global insights or perspectives that we have taken into consideration as we imagine where we are headed. And the first is very fundamental and important for us, that our society and the versions of our society that are globally being constructed have shifted to what we call Society 5.0, where we are contributing to sustainable smart societies and the development therein, where we are looking at superintelligence and artificial intelligence and the role of blockchain technologies as it looks at or explores the implications for education. We've also looked at a second global insight, which I know many of you are familiar with, the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report, where there has been a top 10 skills identified for 2025, which we are very soon approaching. And for that, there have been several skills that have been at forefront that we at CXC have considered as we think about the approaches we take looking at structuring competencies and skills for learners as we proceed in the redesigning and rethinking what we offer within the education system. The third global insight is that of the future school. That while we think of a classroom as a traditional physical space, which is we have all recognized can be challenged by our climate change issues and the environmental concerns that come out of hurricanes and other natural disasters in our regions, we have to reimagine school as a future school where there's hybrid learning and online learning, and therefore create the capacity for enabling such. And the fourth global insight looks at the extent to which we are upskilling, retooling, and we are employing those skills that are needed coming out of the pandemic and the lessons we've learned about the learning losses, the learning poverty, and the opportunities for learning that are now evident for us to explore. An ILO study would have explored some of this in 134 organizations and would have found that many workers in particular have changed their way of work, their hours of work, and their style of working given what they've experienced. And so what are the lessons learned from that for us as we consider curriculum and we think about that post-pandemic. And obviously, there's an underpreparedness, and I heard Dr. Mishra speak to the issues of ICT education policies and the fact that we have thought things before the pandemic in a particular way, and now we have to rethink how we structure our policies to respond to the crises that we have faced, with looking at the rapidity of change in the industries that we face and the need for our organizations and our education systems to be agile and flexible. So CXC's philosophy, ladies and gentlemen, which we're giving you a snippet of and it's under consideration, is one that looks at education and lifelong learning as fundamental vehicles for the individual's achievement and the desire for living productive lives. And so for us, the extent to which we structure curriculum, the extent to which we do our assessments, and the extent to which we engage in facilitating capacity building with those territories whom we serve has to ensure that we address Sustainable Development Goals 4 and 8, which I spoke to earlier, to achieve what is required for our Caribbean community as we embark upon transformations in our education systems. So we see that our role is to enable all CARICOM nationals, citizens, permanent residents, and migrants who've come into our region, and those members of our Caribbean diaspora to be involved. So our market research has shown that there's a response that CXC needs to have, not just only to treat with the nationals of our region, but those who are coming into our region for work and for living, and children who've been displaced as a result of the pandemic and other situations where there have been conditions in their country that have caused them to come to our territories. And so our response also has to facilitate the diaspora, because we have an increasing number of individuals who've moved offshore and has led to a brain drain, and many of them want to have a Caribbean experience in the countries where they live. So our curricula needs to respond to that. So in our philosophy, our principles are grounded on 10 governing principles looking at the digital, the online, the hybrid, the curricula, the flexible and adaptive approaches to curricula. We're looking at whom we serve. We serve learners of all kinds, and we serve ministries of education and those persons who are part of the ecosystem that CXC is responsible for or works with. We also look at the options for credentialing, the pathways for assessment, and the modalities for assessment, including prior learning assessment. So for CXC, a qualifications management framework is important. We have looked at an ecology of credentials, which is really a typology that shows the different types of credentials that can be referred to as bundled or unbundled. That is, those that may be standalone and offered as individual smaller credentials or small bites of qualifications, as well as those that can be stackable and that could lead to a bundling of credentials that we refer to as macro credentials or awards. And so for CXC, that dynamic between offering nano-credentials and micro-credentials, which you've heard of earlier, and the relationship with the macro-credentials is critical for us as we think about how we structure credits, how we award credits, how we structure and design our qualifications at different levels, both macro and micro, and how we look at articulation, facilitating portability across our jurisdictions and internationally, and allowing for mobility of learners from level to level so no one is left behind. And this is part of a qualification system, whether it is nationally focused or regionally or internationally focused. So our qualifications management framework, ladies and gentlemen, is principled on a number of pillars. And so for us, first of all, it's the CARICOM qualifications framework, which is a 10-level framework, as you know, that is important for discussion and consideration as to how we look at the domains and the descriptors of the learning outcomes expressed in that framework, as countries also use it as a reference tool for developing their national qualifications framework. So for CXC, our primary reference tool, because we are a regional organization, that a CARICOM institution is the CARICOM qualifications framework, and we take critical cues looking at that to see what we can do in terms of our response to our qualifications. And so what we've designed, in fact, in 2014, we had a CXC qualification structure, but at the time it was based on an 8-level framework which existed. Now that we have a 10-level framework, we have remodeled, and what we've been doing is mapping and articulating all the suite of qualifications that we offer within CXC, aligned to what we call levels 2 to 6 in the CARICOM qualifications framework. That mapping ensures that our outcomes are aligned to the outcomes of the CARICOM qualifications framework. There's opportunity for diagonal, horizontal, and upward mobility for learners to progress from level to level, and it's based on skills and competencies in our curricula that will address it. So for CXC, having a structure, it allows us to manage our credentials, whether they're macro credentials, micro credentials, or nano credentials, as we structure them. And so we design and develop an award, qualifications, awards, and credits, where we're putting a credit structure in place to respond to the different levels of awards that we have. We also have a system that allows us to take decisions on the qualifications. In other words, do we add, do we delete? Based on the demands, we have to be flexible. Do we can discontinue those syllabuses or micro-credentials that we award? Do we merge them, or do we articulate them to allow for movement? Or do we partner with governments, and where there might be a benefit to them, allow for the assessment and validation approach for approval for delivery in a country, and we serve them by capacity building. And so the capacity building, we place an emphasis on educators and the role that educators play in this new trajectory and experience of working with these different types of credentials, and a professional learning institute, which we have the pleasure of announcing that we are partnering with member states and accredited institutions of higher education, will facilitate the provision of these micro-credentials for teachers to be awarded as they progress through their learning pathways with CXC to be prepared. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is where I stop with my part, and now I turn over to Dr. Niles, who is our Manager for Educational Research and Innovation. She's actually located in Barbados, and so she will be joining us virtually to complete this segment of the presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, and protocols previously established. Good afternoon, everyone. I will take up the mantle by talking about what CXC has been doing in terms of our credentialing and how we're now using research to produce the evidence that will be used to decide how we produce, what we produce, and how we go forward into the next 50 years. The research has identified some interesting contexts. The first is that there's a growing demand for purposeful education and flexible certification options for all learners across the region in an effort to support lifelong learning. The need for equitable access, the need for multiple levels of awards, and better integration of educational agencies to facilitate learning progress through the education system has repeatedly come up as we have continued our research activities. We now know that the data is revealing in the Latin American Caribbean region a learning crisis that was in existence pre-pandemic. In addition, we are now having our disenfranchised learners being identified, those with poor outcomes from interacting in the formal education system, underserved by schools and education institutions, and the consequences of this that may accrue are now facing school dropout, high unemployment, teen pregnancy, addiction, incarceration, and social exclusion. The dropout rate in the Caribbean is about 60 percentile for the 5-year range that we have on review. And the factors that are contributing to the dropout include family structure, the socioeconomic status, the cognitive ability, and the school and curriculum offerings. To compound this, we now have unaccounted for learners, students experiencing specific and general loss of knowledge and skills, or a reversal in their academic progress, most commonly due to extended gaps or discontinuities in their education. This now is expanded to include the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on learners. The average school life expectancy in the English-speaking region is now in deficit by 1 to 1.5 years. We have exclusion from compulsory education occurring most markedly between the years of 14 and 16 years of age. Secondary data was obtained that learning loss, dropout, and benchmarking of equivalent qualifications are leaving us with a rate of 20% of the cohort not completing that formal education system. That means that these individuals are now exiting the formal system with no portable certification for further studies or employment. In addition, it is expected that about 15% of the students in our region are not expected to return to school as we come out of the pandemic lockdowns. To add to the learning loss and exclusion, we have the diminished economic capacity and opportunities. If we take the data that we have, then the majority of our students are exiting our systems without requisite certification. And this holds short and long-term implications for the region. Learning poverty, which has been estimated to be about 51% pre the pandemic, is expected to rise by a further 20% from that base. And the investigations by our development partners have revealed that 120 million learners have been affected by learning loss in the Latin American Caribbean region. 1.7 million of those learners are located in 21 of our Caribbean countries. And this learning poverty is now being linked to skills poverty. And this is evidenced now by the reported gaps in skills and competencies that employers are reporting for the persons within the labor market and those looking to enter. On top of that, we're still seeing a declining participation rate in students signing up for the CSEC and CCSLC qualifications. In addition, now, a study by the OECD done in 2016 has concluded that what matters now is not the degree, but the competencies. And this was highlighted by Dr. Mishra in his presentation earlier. So educational attainment is no longer a good proxy for competency development. And 60% of the jobs that will be available in the next 10 years have not yet been created. So what are we to do? Well, through careful research and benchmarking conducted regionally and internationally, CXC is considering the development of skills-based proficiency assessments to develop the 21st century and related skills and competencies of Caribbean learners to meet the changing societal needs both at the regional and the global level. Looking forward to inculcating critical skills necessary for success in future work, in future study, and in life, regardless of the chosen vocation. We are looking to be skills-based, including life transversal, stream, employability, occupational skills, CARICOM digital skills as have been defined, all in an effort to produce that holistic, ideal Caribbean person, which the Honorable Prime Minister of Grenada mentioned today. The foundational literacies of linguistics, numeracy, citizenship, character building, and digital literacy will be included in our assessments and our syllabuses as we move forward. We will also take a look at foundational job skills, where innovative thinking, critical thinking, self-management, digital literacy, interpersonal communication, citizenship, and resiliency and creativity will play a major role. And as we move forward then, we will look to provide flexible entry and exit points for training, assessment, and certification within the education system. This is going to necessitate articulation agreements and synergies with other CXC awards, as well as national curricula for equivalency management across our region. We also want to promote an educational product that looks at development and improvement, but which is driven by research evidence. As we go about this, CXC then is looking to lead the way in educational transformation within the region. We are positioning the CXC Professional Learning Institute that Dr. Ali referred to earlier to be the hub for flexible, authentic, creditable professional development for educational professionals, not only within the region, but also globally. Ultimately, CXC will promote educational access, enhance quality, and increase lifelong learning opportunities through continued education and professional development of our professional educators and our other educators who are critical stakeholders and customers of our educational ecosystem and who will offer support then for education and career advancement for the human resource in the region. We have established the research and innovation ecosystem, which will enhance the philosophical ideas, the business concepts, the key processes, functions, and services and outcomes, as well as requirements to support implementation of the strategic plan within the budgetary parameters at the CXC. This research ecosystem will comprise of communities of professionals who engage in action research in an effort to improve school-based education planning and delivery practices. We will also be engaging specialist practitioner researchers doing independent or funding applied research who, through collaborative arrangements with the CXC, may work directly on projects being initiated by CXC or who will formally engage CXC in their ongoing research activities, with a view to sharing data and insights so that we then can support our own monitoring, evaluation, and product development and improvement efforts. We will engage our international development partners, as well as our key stakeholders, our government and education partners within the region, and the CXC staff and committees members as well. One of the ways that we are doing it, as I said, through the engagement of research partnerships, is beginning to bear fruit in that we are now in the midst of collaborating with the World Bank Group, who is seeking to establish a partnership with us to conduct evidence-based research to better understand the acquisition of basic proficiency skills through exposure to CXC products, namely the CPEA, the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment, the CCSLC, the Caribbean Certificate of School Leaving Competence, the CSEC, popularly, and that is our Caribbean Certificate of Secondary Education, and the CAPE, Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Education. And we want to look at what the impact is of persons who have come through the system and been exposed to our assessment. What is the impact for them post-secondary and their employment as they go on? There's a technical consensus that has agreed that there's a need to identify a holistic set of skills that include a basket of core foundational skills and socioeconomic skills and other higher order competencies that are needed in order for persons to understand processes, retain information, and transform it into applied knowledge. This basket of skills will be used to determine the minimum proficiencies of learners in these skills as they progress through the education system. And therefore, we are looking then not only at our in-school population, but we are also addressing the needs of our out-of-school population as well. We will seek then to bring in a system of authentic credentialing, which will then incorporate various ways of issuance of thematic multidisciplinary credentials at the micro, intermediary, and micro levels. The design will be such that it will allow for stacking of the credentials, and where these credentials are stacked, to allow micro credentials to be stacked to become intermediate credentials, and these can be further stacked to create a macro credential. These micro credentials will be designed to cover a narrow set of skills at one time. They will assist students in seeking flexible learning opportunities, and the authentic approach will lead then to a reduction in learning poverty, as well as enhancing opportunities for learning and skills development, leading to a closure then of the skills gap and the provision of certification throughout one's education experience. This then will go a long way in reducing the number of students currently exiting the system with no certification, and also reducing the high levels of skills poverty currently existing within our region. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Thank you, Dr. Niles, for your presentation in the ways in which CXC is building partnerships for educators and transitioning its operations and assessment practices. We will be moving on to the second presentation within this plenary, and we welcome Dr. Nicole Malling, who is the Director of Operations for CXC, who will present on the topic Digital Transformation Through Partnership for Quality Education. We welcome Dr. Manning.
Chair, all ministers, council members, registrar, executive members, ladies and gentlemen, all in the room and online, good afternoon. So let me hasten to say that digital transformation, those two words are not buzzwords, but a value proposition. And I'm really looking forward, I'm starting with the end in mind because I'm really looking forward to the conversation that will topple with what was said by previous speakers. Importantly, the why, state of affairs as it exists now in our region and what we're doing with what we're doing at CXC. The partnership that I'm putting forward in terms of the value proposition for us to work together to make this happen, the benefits, the model that we have, how we're going to close these gaps in terms of what we're saying and the call to action. So why consider digital anything? It's important to note that education is not only an end in itself, but a means to achieving the broad global development agenda. And it's important that as we look at what UNESCO has been putting forward, that we note two things in the Sustainable Development Goal, quality education for. Not only that it's a foundation, but the GIGA partners, ITU, that's the International Telecommunications Unit, UNICEF, and UNESCO, have noted that internet and broadband connectivity is important to drive this quality education for us to ensure that we meet the global development agenda. And given that, I am going to spend a little bit more time focusing on the technology component first, and then I will go into the other areas. So I want to note that while there are several other components, the customer focus, the culture, and all of those things that must be taken into consideration in determining the digital maturity of the region, when we looked at what was happening, the maturity level based on the survey that we would have conducted was very low. In mid to late 2020, COVID-19, after we realized it had pushed us way beyond where we were ready to go. There would have been statistics, even from the IDB, that particularly mentioned one island and broadly extended across the region, that we were less than 50% ready in terms of our transition. And that may have been, what I would say, generous, because it was a state where we would have had teachers, educators, and learners going in a space where we were just not ready for it. But I would say that we're standing today, 2022, saying thanks. to COVID-19. And so our approach to digital transformation will not be a mere because of COVID-19, but with a consciousness of the value that it has and will continue to create. So let me first start with looking at our state of affairs. And I'll start with the policy level. So in the mid to late 2020, when we did a survey, we got responses from 18 ministries. We sent the survey to 21, actually, because even though we have 16 signed on, we have more territories doing the examinations. And we wanted to understand the readiness of the stakeholder territories for digital transformation. So we would have commenced some components of what we know as digitization and digitalization, which I'll speak about in a while. But we needed to pause and understand what was happening in regard to our stakeholder readiness. To fully ensure that we incorporate the tools and technologies across our examinations in support and in response to what is required for our territories. So first and foremost, as you're seeing on screen, when we looked at national policy, ICT, in education, we had some level of development, whether commencing or completion, 78%, which of course is in line with what Dr. Mishra would have noted. National plans, ICT, 56%, a framework in this regard, 59%, and dedicated resources in the MOE to drive ICT education. Now, this was a very important signal for us, the dedicated resources. And so CXC has started by firstly going straight to the ministries to see if we can capitalize and partner in a more direct way. And I'll speak about that in a little bit in relation to how we are working with our ministries. So the second component for note is the strategic partnerships. So collaborating to develop a plan to use online assessment in schools. When we asked our ministries, 78% said we were satisfied with the progress. Noting, very importantly, that partnership happens at different levels. In terms of engaging leaders, whether of digital or non-digital initiative, who would have been drivers of digital or non-digital initiatives required to support the whole digital transformation thrust, 78% also said that they were satisfied with the progress. Now, what is important is that, yes, there would have been challenges experienced with internet access and reliable connectivity. Those two having been among the most intractable issues faced by the region. When we look at creating the wholesome learning, e-learning, and e-assessment experience, because if you noticed in all of the conversation that would have gone before, we're talking about flexibility. We have to be able to facilitate the whole bit of inclusivity. I think I heard the Prime Minister mention this morning about the differently abled. And of course, we do not necessarily speak a lot, but it's something that we have noted in terms of those exceptionalities, those who are way above that line that sometimes we don't pay much attention to that group. But the bottom line is, what's the state of affairs, and how do we rectify what is happening or use it as an opportunity for improvement? The lack of equipment, of course, this became a reality. It was something that was very prominent for us at that time. And 55% of the territories shared that only 9.7% of the secondary students had the digital devices at that time. Concerns of educators' skill set in driving or assisting the digital requirement, engagement required, was also a concern. We were placing persons in a position to do what we know as a distance and online education that they may not have been prepared for. Consistent, reliable, and affordable internet access was something that we had to pay much attention to. So our state of affairs now, we're on the rebound from COVID-19. There is an opportunity to close the gaps from the learning loss you heard about just now. Increased use of technology in learning and assessment. This is very important to create that balance in terms of what we know as a very costly venture in terms of our paper-intensive examination process. The whole bit that happens in a partnership with the territories and CXC is something we want to look at in terms of as we transition with our digital transformation, as I'm positing. Now, what is important to note is, yes, we have the existing opportunities. Yes, there may have been some growth in terms of the use of e-testing, but our state of affairs is still showing that there is limited uptake, as we need to have it. Let me first state, though, pre-COVID, we were looking at 3.7% e-testing entries for CAPE and 5.75% for CSEC. When we look now in terms of what would have happened between 2020 and 2022, we are now at 16.34%, an annual growth rate as we are seeing it every year, and 16.24% for CSEC. Now this is good, and this means we are going in the right direction. But I want to share a few points that highlights, yes, the growth, but noting that we can do more. Our current regional e-assessment utilization, so 16.24% is representative of our regional engagement. But looking at the various territories, you'll see a little different picture, and I'm going to topple something on it a little later. One, I want us to know that below 30% grouping and really engaged in using e-assessment across the various territories. We have about 8 territories doing it for CSEC, and that's falling in about 30% of students using the e-testing methodology that we offer. Only 8. Not only 8. 8 territories, I want to say, For CAPE, 5 of our territories falling below 30% engagement. Looking at a more positive outlook, we have synonymous to that, or comparatively we can say, 9 of our territories engage in the CSEC, almost at between 80 and 100% engagement, and 8 for CAPE e-assessment utilization. So it's important to note that there is some capability there. We don't necessarily have a poor outlook, but there is much to be done and a lot of conversation that needs to happen around this. There is also opportunity for increased utilization of e-assessment. And on screen, this is data readily available through the same ITU, UNICEF, UNESCO engagement that I mentioned earlier, a group that is called GIGA and other GIGA partners, that is telling us that we do have internet connectivity that is reliable enough to facilitate e-learning. However, among this group, we would have had territories who are not necessarily as engaged in e-testing as we would want them to be. So remember I mentioned earlier about the digital maturity not only being focused on technology, there are other things, there are cultural points that we want to note and consideration for that we need to look at very carefully. But it is rich information to note. If you are looking on screen, you are seeing the number of schools and the number of schools connected, as well as the type of good distribution, connectivity distribution level that you are seeing across. So it means that there is good potential for this transformation that we want to have. I want to pause, though, as we move forward to contextualize what I'm saying a little bit more. So we know the state of affairs, we know why we want to go there, but what exactly are we talking about? These three words are always banted around sometimes. And we speak about digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. So you have digitization, the movement from paper to that's pretty much a lot of what we have focused on in many businesses. But as we speak and as we work together, we are looking more at leveraging digital technologies to improve business processes. That's the digitalization level. Now, to move totally over to this digital transformation, which CXC has started on and want, of course, to make sure that we are not leaving the territories behind because we can't do it alone, we are looking at how we change, how learning and assessment and leverage is done, and the leveraging of the digital efficiencies. The creating of a new business, we spoke about the flexibility. I mean, I think we have heard that word so many times today that it is necessary for us to really embrace it, and we have to embrace it. And also, as we partner with you, it is something that is necessary for us to note. So for transformation, we have to look at our people, we have to look at our process, we have to look at our technology. It's a bit wider, and for the whole stakeholder experience, whether we are working with the territories or territories with schools. Now, there are many benefits of digital transformation, and it's something that, of course, we would have seen right across the region, but I want to just point out something before I move on. One, provision of current and relevant data to policymakers. You'll recall that CXC would have launched CDIG earlier this year, the CXC Data Intelligence Gateway, that will provide our policymakers with more information. Enhancement of learning opportunities, as you would have heard from Dr. Mishra, Dr. Ali, and Dr. Niles earlier. Increased access to regional candidates across the globe. I'm sure I heard the Prime Minister for Grenada mention in this one that it's not only within the region. And I must say, colleagues, that when 2020 hit, we had many candidates stranded across the region, and we were still able to reach them because of e-testing. What we are broadening e-assessment, and I'm going to tell you why shortly. Data security. Of course, we all know there are no secrets in terms of the issue with security of papers. It's very important for us to understand what it means for us in terms of our finances when we have to do that kind of replacement. Increased operational efficiencies in the educational process. Current and innovative products in line with labor market demands. All of that micro-credentialing that we're speaking about, this increased flexibility through varied offerings that we now would have that flexibility to manage. So this is CXC's endgame. This is our model. Our model has 9 components. We have expanded by 1. And for this 9 model component, technology runs through the fabric of it. Let me speak about one example first, and then I'll go into the rest. The power of partnership. I want us to visibly look at what this model I showed you earlier, how we together can make it happen. One, I'm going to use an e-assessment example. The ministries of education would have MOE partners with internet service providers, for example. CXC has other partners that we will engage with. We spoke about we have our own building, the IDB funds activities for us. We have other partners in relation to supplying technology services, new platforms, and other things of that nature. But if you look at the full complement of this partnership and what it can do for quality education, we will understand CXC with the ministries, but our partners supporting both. So let me use one note from the GIGA combined statement that from the Digital Transformation of Education book that they would have written. Schools, they are proposing, be used as center of the communities across the world. It's a popular methodology that's used. So what they're saying is, if it is that we have the connectivity within schools, we have schools right across communities, right across our territories, right across the various countries, world, everything expands. So the power of meaningful connectivity can also help the schools to be transformed in digital hubs. So what you'll find is that you will be better able to facilitate that kind of growth. I showed you this before, and so I want to show you now that where we would have had our current regional e-assessment utilization, what if with the partnership that I mentioned with GIGA, it was influencing e-assessment. If you look on the right, you'll see a big movement from 30% to 80 to 100% activity there. And then you would also see if CXC's, sorry, I went the wrong way. If CXC, through our partnership in terms of being able to offer the e-testing solution and to mitigate against all of that those issues you are having regarding internet connectivity, you are seeing everybody falling within the 80 to 100% band. So you are seeing that the partnership with the ministry and the partnership with CXC influencing the overall sphere. So I want to say that each one of the components I showed earlier will influence the overall digital transformation thrust for CXC. I just spoke about the the e-learning, which was mentioned earlier. I don't have to get into that. Pre-testing. If I come from this podium and I do not speak about this, I'm sure my staff is going to have my neck for it. This is important for us as we grow. We need our ministries to work with us, and we are saying electronic pre-testing is something that we can partner and we can have it done in a more deliberate way. It will also benefit the students because it is experience and exposure through that kind of involvement. So we can expand the EQ Bank. We can have the enhanced learning and assessment, greater opportunities, because if we have more items, we can have on-demand testing. So you can see that it is a win-win situation as we even have certified item writers within the classroom. If you can see that cycle working and the influence not only for CXC, the benefit, but also as we work together for your learning and assessment space. So this is the end game for CXC as we work together. I'm not going through and this is the end game for CXC, and this is important for us as we close the gap. Direct engagement with our ministries. We have created committees with our ministries, but we would want to hear from you what else can be done. Last but not least on this, for greater use of technology for expanded CVQ certification process. Our Prime Minister, Prime Minister Mitchell, in speaking this morning, would have mentioned vocational qualification. I don't need to convince anybody about the influence in terms of economic growth. And for CXC to do this and to work with the region some more, we have to look at the influence of technology in this area, even as we look at micro and also the full qualification recognition. So call to action. Stimulate the relevant discussions today as we deepen the partnership with the ministries, deliberate commitment to develop and to implement policies and mechanisms for greater engagement of CXC to use the capabilities of both for the human capital of the region. Together we can, and together we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manning, for giving us CXC's perspective on digital transformation. We would now invite our ministers, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education, Sports and Culture for Grenada, the Honorable Kay McConney, Minister for Innovation, Science and Smart Technology from Barbados, and Dr. Laurette Bristol, the Program Manager for Human Resource Development at the CARICOM Secretariat, to give some responses based on the presentations made by our presenters, 3 of them. So, lady and gentlemen, we invite your comments, please.
Sorry. Oh, this is much better. Did you all hear the first part? Oh, they said they didn't hear the first part. I said...
We could have a repeat. It sounded relevant.
What I was saying is that I am impressed by the amount of work that has already started to help us not only respond to COVID and what that triggered for us, but also how we can future-proof our education system and ensure that our institutions as well as our human resources are ready for what's next. And one of the areas that was repeatedly mentioned was that of ICT and the education policies that attend. And what I said was that while we understand what has to be done, we even understand why it has to be done. Where the rubber will hit the road in terms of enabling and facilitating our acceleration would be the how. And that is where right now we need to put significant amount of those resources. One of the areas that jumped out at me is as we move to put certain ICT policies in place, even as it relates to digital transformation and all of the different layers involved, is risk. How do we develop risk registers? What needs to go on them? And how do we then go about managing that risk in a way that does not do violence to our own countries, as this is a significant impact should this happen. That was one of the areas that was significant for me. Another one was when we talked about, I believe it was, I'm trying to see who it was that spoke about it. I believe it was the second speaker that spoke about the credential ecology and that emergent credential ecology in the region. And what is something I would want to hear us respond. And one thing that is going to be important is how we are going to engage and work with stakeholders. Because we in the region have become accustomed to the current ecology that exists as it comes to credentialing. And micro-credentialing, as much as many of us who are in education are familiar with it, it is not as familiar to many of the other stakeholders who have to be a part of it. And I share that coming from an experience we're having now in Barbados, where we have implemented the construction gateway. And that is where we are doing micro-credentials for a number of trades that will be feeding in to the developing construction industry. And in many ways, some of the institutions are still having to explain that to some of the employers. And so as we are starting to deal with micro-credentials, we're going to need to communicate with our stakeholders, and I'm interested in how we are engaging and communicating, and what is the role that we as governments might be able to play. This is from the perspective of education and training stakeholders. Those are the people who will conduct the delivery and assessment of content. Recognize, and also the employers. Those are the ones who have to recognize and engage and hire based on those credentials. And then, of course, how do we facilitate the articulation? What we are having to do now is on the accreditation side and the equivalency side, that is going to be quite a heavy lifting, because not every place in the region necessarily have their accreditation authorities there. And so that is a solution. One of the areas we have had to deal with is pay to learn. We have found that we have had to increase our budget on the pay to learn side with regards to students who are coming out of school, now need job attachments because of the economic circumstance of a number of the private agencies that would normally take them on for job attachments. Those agencies are unable to do so because of the last financial devastation of the last couple of years. So government is having to work with them on a pay-to-learn basis until such time as they have acquired the market-ready skills to be able to go forward. So that's all part of that getting them ready for the workplace. There are a number of other comments I have on others, but I think I have taken up enough time, and I'm going to give my colleagues the opportunity. So those are two. Dealing with the how-to on a number of the areas. One, how are we dealing with the ICT risks? And secondly, how we are working in the new ecology for credentialing. How are we engaging and communicating with those three different levels who will need to make this happen for us?
Thank you, Minister McConaughey. I would invite our Minister for Education for Grenada. Let's hear your comments, Minister Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think quite a number of very interesting and insightful bits of information came out throughout the presentation. And I think one of the things that strikes me the most is that quite a lot of all of this is probably known very little to many. And in this regard, I think it's important that a lot more deliberate attempt is made to promote and to do PR concerning some of these efforts. To think that we have, across the region, in many of our territories, I think a lot of persons have not recognized, for instance, the value of the CCSLC and how it is attempting to address some of the same concerns that we have, the competency skills. And to look at how deeply grounded some of these responses by CXC have been, and they're grounded in research. That's compelling. But still, quite across our region, we view many of these recommendations and these responses, we treat them trivially. And regrettably, I think several of our territories, and I could say probably in our regard, a lot of times we try at dealing with some of these, for instance, the gaps that we have in the skill sets. Quite often we've attempted to deal with them probably from a more purely political sense, as opposed to seeing the value that CXC, as the examining body, has been putting and adding to remedy those situations. So I think there's a deliberate need, there's a distinct need for a bit more promotion and educating along the lines of the importance and the impact of some of these very programs and additions. Now, a couple of other things stood out again. We talked a lot about, in the presentations, I was alarmed at the percentages of students who were left outside of schooling, or who would fall out, or who would drop off when you aggregate it across the region for various reasons. And it does point to the need to rethink a lot of things and to make that a lot more accessible, to make opportunities to upgrade, to reskill, a lot more accessible. And I do know that CXC is heading in that direction. Now, one of the statements that I think was very insightful too is the very statement that 60% of the jobs which will be soon available are not yet created. And for me, as Minister for Education, that jolted me and had me thinking very seriously, probably even more than I had started thinking about this task. That 60% of the jobs which will soon be available are not yet created. And it begs the question, how do we respond as ministries of education to really meaningfully prepare our students for those 60% of jobs? And when I reflect, I think in many ways, probably we are guilty of probably failing our students over the years in terms of not adequately enough preparing them to find the jobs. And I can easily think back in my own few years. I remember distinctly the days when we had the lanterns and the kerosene lamps, and we had to study using those. And the time soon changed, and while the concern in those days was, be careful you don't finish the kerosene. Sooner or later that changed, and it became electricity. And in the early years, people were concerned about, don't leave the light on too long. I mean, we don't ask those questions anymore, right? Because we've made the transition. But the reality today, we're in a technological era. We're in a technological age. And so our system, our education system, needs to appropriately prepare our students and our nation's persons for the jobs being created. And so I was jolted by that. And if I take nothing else, I take that as a task that has to be looked into a lot more deeply by me in my capacity as Minister for Education. And I urge all of my other colleagues to so do and to so see. Yes, and we talked about reskilling and upskilling, and I'm happy that a lot of the discussions that we have initially engaged as a new administration, as our Prime Minister articulated, the need to have the skills tailored to meet the workforce realities of our countries. And his example of fishing, for instance, boat building, and we can talk about several other things along the lines of even culture and the arts and some of those things that have not been meaningfully addressed or sufficiently or robustly enough. And so I'm happy that we've been discussing those things, and I'm even more delighted that we are not alone in those discussions, that they're happening at the level of CXC, and I know we'd find good support as we endeavor to push the agenda for reskilling and upskilling our nation's people. Those are my submissions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Andrew. Dr. Bristol, we'd like to hear from you.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you to our colleagues at CXC for the invitation to the CARICOM Secretariat, and thank you to ministers. I'm struggling a little bit because actually for the entire morning I've actually been triggered, and I apologize if my fingers are moving because I'm Trinidadian, so I speak with my hands. So I think I want to start a little bit as I was listening to the presentations and being triggered. I started, of course, doing what I do best, which means I get curious and I started searching. In 2003, the former SG Carrington at the CARICOM Secretariat at the 30th anniversary commemorating, at a commemorative lecture in Barbados, then speaking about CXC, said that the move to CXC meant that the region had accepted responsibility for its own human resources. So the determination of the region in that period, 1973, was a decision by the region to take responsibility for the development of its human resources. And I felt it was important to start there in my intervention, because I want to also launch from where our honorable ministers for Barbados and Grenada ended, and the conversations that we've been having all morning. The theme for the summit this year is an invitation for CXC, along with the rest of the region, in the invitation to reimagine and to evolve in our education delivery is an invitation to step out of the frame. And that's problematic, it's dangerous, it's scary. And I have no answers for you as I respond to the presentations. In fact, I have many, many more questions, because you've presented robust data from the field that you have been collecting, and you have identified a critical question that I think CXC now has to confront. Who is this profile of this modern learner that you are serving? Because if it is that we are confronting a reality that 60% of the jobs that exist now will not exist in the future, who is this modern learner? And therefore, as CXC has to make that turn to step out of that frame, and as we think about reimagining, as we think about micro-credentialing, as we think about flexible delivery, the call is fundamentally different from the typical call within the literature about globalizing and global education. So the first thing I think I want to invite CXC to do is step out of the frame and think about the challenge that is in front of it for our Caribbean learners differently. Because our profile for our students, our Prime Minister for Grenada talked about it, we have been talking about it this morning. Who is that modern learner and that future worker for the Caribbean, and how do we respond? If 3 out of 10 of our students are not in school and therefore not being trained, if we know that, then the question is why? And if the question is why, in the consideration of the work that we are doing at CXC, the decisions that we make at ministerial level, the decisions that we make within the CARICOM Secretariat as we engage in regional policy, so do we really know why 3 out of 10 students are not in school, or do we think that we know? So therefore there's a little bit more research that I think we need to conduct, because it cannot just be about the curriculum may not be relevant. Yeah, it means that maybe that in the discussion of the curriculum not being relevant, maybe it's the packaging. So I'm going to come to marketing, because we're talking about stacking and micro-credentialing. So some questions as we step out of the frame. How early does one start earning credentials? Do we start as early as the primary school? Do we start in Form 1? Or do we only start in Form 4 into Form 5? How early does that credentialing start, if it is that the skill is more important than the qualification? If the qualification is not an end in itself, and we think about the philosophy of what we are doing, then education has to become lifelong learning, and lifelong learning become education, and we cannot, even in our narratives, separate the two. And that jumped out at me in Dr. Ali's presentation in the philosophy when I saw the two terms standing separately from each other, and I began to ask myself that question, that if we're really talking about lifelong learning, how can we separate lifelong learning from education when lifelong learning is education and education is learning for life? So we need to ask different kinds of questions as we step out of the frame. Again, as we think about packaging the credentials, my other question, which is dangerous territory, where is the power as it relates to the packaging? Does the power lie with the institution, or does the power lie with the student? So that student who determines in the process of the schooling that, one, within my school, I may want to learn these skills. Do I, as a student, get the right to make these decisions, or does somebody else within the institution make those decisions? And how does CXC support that customization for relevance and credentialization? And let's talk about the realities that we know that we have some schools in our systems who may be more resourced than others, and therefore have the capacity to offer skills that some schools do not have the capacity to offer. So if I am in school X because of how life played out and I was placed there, but school Y has the capacity to offer me competencies that school X doesn't have, is there potential through those partnerships that you talked about for me to be able to access those competencies through different kinds of networking and partnerships to create a different way of packaging for my particular need if the qualification is not as important as the credentialing, not the credentialing, as the skill. So it calls for different kinds of partnerships and collaborations, not just between CXC and the learner, but also between schools, and how principals and teachers collaborate for the purpose of the learner. Who's that learner that we're working with? And of course, we talked about flexible entry points. And of course, when we talked about flexible entry points, my trigger question was, well, that challenges the design of schooling and how schooling operates. Schooling is pretty structured, yeah? So when we talk about flexible entry points in the transformation, then it raises other questions about the entry points. So I want to thank my colleagues from CXC this afternoon for the triggers. Thank you very much. I do have more questions than I have answers, but I think fundamentally the issue that you're raising, I go back to that point. You created a challenge for yourself where what you have now defined is that you have to step out of the frame, and the question is, are you up for the challenge?
Thank you, Dr. Bristol. Thank you to our ministers from Barbados and Grenada. I have one question to add, along with what Dr. Bristol would have raised, and that comes out of the self-paced option. If we're looking at a self-paced option, how does CXC provide assessment in a self-paced option? So that's another question we have to seek to answer. At this point, I would have to end our plenary session. Thank you very much to our presenters for presenting, to our ministers, and to Dr. Bristol for commenting. We have a lunch break now for 35 minutes. And then we return here for the rest of this evening's proceedings. Thank you very much.
The women's wear lifestyle brand, Be Noel. My designs are inspired by travel. They're inspired by Grenada, where my family is from. The vibrancy, the effortlessness of the island, the vibes of the island. Grenada is pure.
Just one point, the lunch is over by the pool, so you're going out the door and you're heading in the direction of the pool for lunch. Thank you.
The people of Grenada are loving, they're caring, they're open. Not only is the island beautiful, but the people are beautiful too. I love Grenada and you will too. Grenada rocks.
A traditional wedding in Karakou and Pitimatnik, starts almost 1 month prior to the wedding day, with the hoisting of flags on the houses of the parents and close families of the bride and groom. On the morning of the wedding, there is an important ceremony called the dancing of cakes and flags, which signifies the joining of two families, the bride's family and the groom's family. On that morning, both families would gather at the bride's family home and the groom's family home. Please note, the bride and the groom do not usually attend this ceremony. At these homes, there will be string band providing music as family members sing and dance. After much merriment in the yard, both families will journey to the meeting point led by the flag dancer, usually a male, and the cake dancer, usually a female. They would be accompanied by sweet string band music. When the two people meet at the neutral site agreed to prior, the people of the opposite family would dance with each other, a show of unity and love which symbolizes the joining of the two families. The crowd would then form themselves into a ring, leaving a space in the middle for the dancing of the cakes and flags. Immediately after the ring is formed, both string bands are joined to one side. The two flag dancers would start the entertainment. The dancer of the groom's flag must endeavor to keep his flag above the bride's flag at all times. It symbolizes that the groom is head of the home. At the end of the dance, it is removed from its pole and placed underneath the groom's flag. This symbolizes that the two have become one. The cake dancing will follow the flag dancing. This is a turn for the ladies to show off their natural talent with movement of their hands, feet, and waist. Once again, with much movement, the groom's cape must remain above the bride's. Once this has ended, a ring is formed by both families dancing around and throwing rum and water, shouting sounds of hip, 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 hooray to the top of their voices. The celebration now concludes, showing that both families are indeed now one.
My name is Vaughn, and this is why Grenada rocks. When I think of Grenada, I think of my family, think of my friends, the people I love, things I love, places I love. And you know, that's what really inspires me to do what I do and, you know, come back home to always embrace that, you know. Whenever I travel, whenever I go anywhere, I always want to come back home to that. I'm connected to Grenada in every way possible. It's the place that I was born. It's where I want to spend the rest of my life, where I want to, you know, be in the future, where I want to start my family and everything. Growing up in Grenada, it's been great, you know, because I grew up in a community where the community grows the child. I think that's a thing, that's a Grenadian thing, you know, like, and they mold me and taught me the right way, manners and everything, and that's why I am the person I am today. One thing I can do, or place that I can go over and over, is right here, or by any river. But this very river is my favorite place. I love to come here, chill out, write, relax, just take in nature. I love natural places and I love to embrace nature, and this is where I love to be and where I feel myself the most. So growing up, that was one of my favorite things to do. Catch crayfish. This we call a kakado. Did you have one already? One of my fondest memories growing up as a young man is leaving school like lunchtime, after school, you know, whatever chance we get to leave school, we come all the way up in the hills. When I say far, it's far. just to get mango. Mango is one of my favorite fruits, if not the favorite. So we used to sacrifice that time to get mangoes to suck. Sometimes you're hungry and no lunch, but mangoes save the day. And I just always remember that. This is so close to me, always.
I just wanna write this letter to you too.
Grenada and Grenadians influence my music in such a great way. Is that, you know, like the people are so loving, so kind, welcoming, and that is reflected in my music, in my art. You know, I wanted to make them as happy as they make me. So my way of doing that is expressing myself through music and through my art. And this here is where I'm from, and this is actually where I started recording. Let me show you. Let me take a sneak peek. So this downstairs right there is where I used to record my first ever songs. You don't even want to hear them. I don't want to hear them too. But yeah, this is where it all started, and this is how, you know, Grenada and its people and its love influenced me and my music, right?
I just wanna say hi to everybody when we met on every flight, bus, train, lift, and Uber rides, and everyone who play a part in my journey and a part in our rise. I wanna say hello, everybody, hello. How are you?
And I don't know how I forgot to mention, but one of my favorite foods is callaloo soup. When you get a proper Grenadian callaloo soup, you know you eat a soup. You can get it anywhere, including on the side of the road. But I get my soup specially made at home in my mom's kitchen. Eslin makes the best soup, and I'm sorry, you can't taste it, but you should try callaloo soup one day. Mommy?
Yes. My name is Anthony McClarence, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McClarence. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was one quarter a lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor, drinking, and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
I'm Fee Noel, founder and designer of the women's wear lifestyle brand Fee Noel. My designs are inspired by travel. They're inspired by Grenada, where my family is from, the vibrancy, the effortlessness of the island, the vibes of the island. Grenada is pure. Grenada is paradise. Grenada is peaceful. Grenada is just a tranquil place, but also it's vibrant and it's fun and it's intoxicating. There's a glamorous side to it that I see, and I try to merge that together to create Fee Noel. The people of Grenada are loving, they're caring, they're open. Not only is the island beautiful, but the people are beautiful too. I love Grenada and you will too. Grenada rocks.
A traditional wedding in Karakou and Pitimatnik starts almost 1 month prior to the wedding day, with the hoisting of flags on the houses of the parents and close families of the bride and groom. On the morning of the wedding, there is an important ceremony called the dancing of cakes and flags, which signifies the joining of two families, the bride's family and the groom's family. On that morning, both families would gather at the bride's family home and the groom's family home. Please note, the bride and the groom do not usually attend this ceremony. At these homes, there will be string band providing music as family members sing and dance. After much merriment in the yard, both families will journey to the meeting point led by the flag dancer, usually a male, and the cake dancer, usually a female. They would be accompanied by sweet string band music. When the two people meet at the neutral site agreed to prior, the people of the opposite family would dance with each other, a show of unity and love which symbolizes the joining of the two families. The crowd would then form themselves into a ring, leaving a space in the middle for the dancing of the cakes and flags. Immediately after the ring is formed, both string bands are joined to one side. The two flag dancers would start the entertainment. The dancer of the groom's flag must endeavor to keep his flag above the bride's flag at all times. It symbolizes that the groom is head of the home. At the end of the dance, it is removed from its pole and placed underneath the groom's flag. This symbolizes that the two have become one. The cake dancing will follow the flag dancing. This is a turn for the ladies to show off their natural talent with movement of their hands, feet, and waist. Once again, with much movement, the groom's cake must remain above the bride's. Once this has ended, a ring is formed by both families dancing around and throwing rum and water, shouting sounds of hip, 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 hooray to the top of their voices. The celebration now concludes, showing that both families are indeed now one.
I'm Fee Noel, founder and designer of the women's wear lifestyle brand Fee Noel. My designs are inspired by travel. They're inspired by Grenada, where my family is from, the vibrancy, the effortlessness of the island, the vibes of the island. Grenada is pure. Grenada is paradise. Grenada is peaceful. Grenada is just a tranquil place, but also it's vibrant and it's fun and it's intoxicating. There's a glamorous side to it that I see, and I try to merge that together to create Fee Noel. The people of Grenada are loving, they're caring, they're open. Not only is the island beautiful, but the people are beautiful too. I love Grenada and you will too. Grenada rocks.
A traditional wedding in Karaku and Pitimatnik starts almost 1 month prior to the wedding day, with the hoisting of flags on the houses of the parents and close families of the bride and groom. On the morning of the wedding, there is an important ceremony called the dancing of cakes and flags, which signifies the joining of two families, the bride's family and the groom's family. On that morning, both families would gather at the bride's family home and the groom's family home. Please note, the bride and the groom do not usually attend this ceremony. At these homes, there will be string band providing music as family members sing and dance. After much merriment in the yard, both families will journey to the meeting point led by the flag dancer, usually a male, and the cake dancer, usually a female. They would be accompanied by sweet string band music. When the two people meet at the neutral site agreed to prior, the people of the opposite family would dance with each other, a show of unity and love which symbolizes the joining of the two families. The crowd would then form themselves into a ring, leaving a space in the middle for the dancing of the cakes and flags. Immediately after the ring is formed, both string bands are joined to one side. The two flag dancers would start the entertainment. The dancer of the groom's flag must endeavor to keep his flag above the bride's flag at all times. It symbolizes that the groom is head of the home. At the end of the dance, it is removed from its pole and placed underneath the groom's flag. This symbolizes that the two have become one. The cake dancing will follow the flag dancing. This is a turn for the ladies to show off their natural talent with movement of their hands, feet, and waist. Once again, with much movement, the groom's cake must remain above the bride's. Once this has ended, a ring is formed by both families dancing around and throwing rum and water, shouting sounds of hip, 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 hooray to the top of their voices. The celebration now concludes, showing that both families are indeed now one.
I'm Fee Noel, founder and designer of the women's wear lifestyle brand Fee Noel. My designs are inspired by travel. They're inspired by Grenada, where my family is from, the vibrancy, the effortlessness of the island, the vibes of the island. Grenada is pure. Grenada is paradise. Grenada is peaceful. Grenada is just a tranquil place, but also it's vibrant and it's fun and it's intoxicating. There's a glamorous side to it that I see, and I try to merge that together to create Fee Noel. The people of Grenada are loving, they're caring, they're open. Not only is the island beautiful, but the people are beautiful too. I love Grenada, and you will too. Grenada rocks.
A traditional wedding in Karaku and Pitimatnik starts almost 1 month prior to the wedding day, with the hoisting of flags on the houses of the parents and close families of the bride and groom. On the morning of the wedding, there is an important ceremony called the dancing of cakes and flags, which signifies the joining of two families, the bride's family and the groom's family.
Maroon Festival, a time of communion and fellowship, a time to pay respect to our ancestors, to give thanks for health and strength, and to eat and have a good time. The Maroon Festival came to us all the way from Africa on slave ships with our foremothers and forefathers. It represents thanksgiving, fertility, and prosperity, as the community will pray to the source of all life for bountiful harvests.
And thank you. And throw a little bit of something for them in there, please.
The authenticity of this practice remains in Karakou, presented in drumming, singing, dancing, and other rituals that jolt the island awake. A featured staple at the Maroon Festival is, of course, the food. The menu is uncomplicated, featuring great iron pots of pork, chicken, and ground provisions, among other things, propped up over open fires as the cooking begins, while the cooks take a shot or two of rum, for fortification. The very first part of this process is the preparation of the animals, especially the chicken. The chickens are taken alive and cleansed with rum in reverence to the ancestors. Everyone has an opportunity to contribute to the final meal, whether it's gathering the firewood, rolling the rice and cornmeal balls to feed the entire community, or ensuring that not a crumb is left behind. After the cooking, which is accompanied by old talk and laughter,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to make sure that everyone enjoy themselves and give love to the people. I say love to the people. And brother, when I tell you love to the people, I mean love to the people. So when you tell me how great that is, look at the situation, look at where we are, and look at the smile on everybody's face. I don't like to brag too much, but boy, have we got it. And I say we got it. So, take it from me.
It's time for sharing, but not before the best bits are selected in honor of the ancestors, who are the cornerstone of this rich tradition. Portions are chosen from every pot and laid out on plates and trays. These are then taken reverentially to the water's edge, where food, rum, and water are thrown into the sea, both as an acknowledgement of the sacrifice and struggle of those who came before us, and as a way of asking for their blessing. Then it's time to eat. The entire community gathers around to share in the food, surrounded by laughter, music, and a feeling of unity.
This is what make Karakou rock.
That was it.
Nuts, nuts, nuts. Who say peanuts? Roasted slowly on the flames as fire refines, and refine space to include brown sugar, adding to a flavor we already savor. But the journey has just begun. This tasty mixture is then plunged in water, enhanced further with the addition of spices, bay leaf, ginger, cinnamon. Boiled down until we get mountains of sweetness that for our enjoyment lay in wait. Because everyone loves a little groundnut sugar cake.
Oil down is we thing. Nobody could copy that. That is we national dish. Grenada's national dish. This one-pot delicacy embodies our heritage, character, friendliness, and joy. Each ingredient brings with it a story of its own.
It's a melange of our tumultuous history, our passion as a people, and the love for a little socialization. Watch now. No get-together is a good get-together without a pot of oil. What do you? And rum.
But that's a story for another time.
At the heart of this dish is breadfruit. Introduced to us by Captain William Bligh, you could find a tree in every backyard.
Along with breadfruit is fig. That's what we call green bananas.
And grown provisions like yams, dashi, and whatnot. Now, this is just my opinion, but you can't make oil long without meat. Some people do, and that's fine, but you must have some meat in there. Pigtail, chicken, a little salt beef, crab, or wild meat like iguana, or even salt fish.
No, with the salt fish, you have to soak it good because you don't want to salt the pot. You must also try not to eat out all before you finish prep the other ingredients. That is problems.
Now, the saltfish, originally cod, was meant as a cheap source of food for the slaves. But today, saltfish is Mr. Saltfish. So put some respect on it.
Anyways, dumplings must not be forgotten. Very important. You see, making dumplings is an art. Can't be too hard or too soft, can't be too big or too small. It can't be too sweet or too salty. It must be just right. All you need is a little flour, salt, and water. That is how we like it. Now, to pack the pot, that is the real skill. You must artfully stack all these ingredients in your pot and cloak it in callaloo. Let it simmer slowly in a bath of coconut milk, turmeric, which was introduced to us by South Asian immigrants, curry, and other seasonings. Boy, pure perfection.
At Independence Time, you can find pots of oil long smoldering on an open fireside in every community. Look out for the savory aroma and people lining by the pot with their boli, fig leaf, or plate, whichever is your choice.
This dish is Grenada's fingerprint. Each pot possesses its own unique flavor. You see oil down? That's a Grenadian thing.
Welcome to Carriacou.
Welcome to Carriacou.
Welcome to Carriacou. Welcome to Carriacou.
Okay, so this micro enterprise started 2 years ago, right, Antonia? 2015, more or less. No, it's 16 or 3 years ago. And what we were thinking is how to clean the environment and producing something useful for the people.
Oh, Tanya, my Tanya. This tuber is housed underground, nourished by mud, skin brown but heart golden, holding strength, vitality. And when grated delicately, these manifold blessings are put on display. A foundation for the addition of nutmeg and bay leaf. Scintillating seasoning that when boiled and stirred gently reveal the most delectable treat. Tanya Law. Good for one, good for all.
Planning a little cook, make a mannish waters. It's easy. We usually serve this dish at casual gatherings, like a beach lime or a chill vibes on the block with the fellas. I'll leave it up to you to guess why they call it mannish. In some parts, it's believed to be an aphrodisiac. It's good for the back. All you need is a goat head, the testicles, the feet, and cow skin. Then you dress it up nice with seasoning and vegetables, and you're good to go. To start, get cow skin and goat head, scrape it, and burn it. Make sure it's done properly because you don't want to spoil the meat. And it needs to be clean before you put it in the pot. The burning also gives the soup a nice smoky roasted flavor.
Yeah, well, normally, right now, not done strip these. I have to go and get some more. I don't really want to put it in the fridge inside for it to fruit. So, I put it in ice. So it will strip more easily.
When that's done, cut it up and season it with seasoning peppers, garlic, onion, and herbs like shadow benny, chive, thyme, and rosemary to bring out the rich flavor. Now, put the meat to cook for about 30 to 45 minutes. And in the meantime, you can peel your potatoes and carrots. And if you're a dumpling person, roll out a dumpling and throw that in it. When your meat is near cooked, throw in the other ingredients and call that judge. Let your pot simmer, and when it's done, serve it up hot. Voila! Mannish waters.
Nutmeg, Grenada's black gold. Its spice so good it has its own clothes. What better way to cool down on a hot day than to indulge in a bit of nutmeg ice cream? This flavor is a dream, sweet and spicy, just like me. To really enjoy it, we must start at its foundation, the coal pot. While that is heating up, prepare the base, combining custard powder and condensed milk, and make sure to stir it a lot until it is thick. And now for the best part. Grate the nutmeg. Be careful with your fingers. And savor the scent that can transport you through time. Mix that into your custard. Here comes the hard work. Pour your mixture into the ice cream pan. Add the ice and get to turning. You got to put your back into it and apply some herbal grease. It is all worth it in the end. Grab your cone, grab some friends, and be the first in line to enjoy this little taste of heaven.
You ever try roast breadfruit and smoke herring? Let me show you that. You see this dish? It's a legendary dish. You take your smoke herring and you shred it fine and you add your onion, garlic, seasoned pepper, and your grated carrots. You take the breadfruit, cut off the top, and you hollow out the inside. Add back in your smoke herring and put some coconut milk on top of that. Use the top as a cover and roast your breadfruit under direct fire. At the end, when the cover is off, all you have to do is eat and enjoy. The enticing thing about this dish is that it's more than just sustenance. It's art.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And so we are now moving on to session 2 in your program. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and you got a little opportunity to walk off some of those extra calories. So we're moving on to session 2, educational transformation, policy, financial sustainability, and practice. And so we're going to hear today from 2 of our ministers of education across the region. But first, my name is Dr. Ronald Brunton, principal of the T.A. Marichaud Community College right here in Grenada. I will be your moderator for this afternoon's first discussion forum. We will resume with presentations from Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, Minister of Education, Trinidad and Tobago. And then we'll hear from the Honorable Kay McConnelly, Member of Parliament and Minister of Education, Technology and Vocational Training, Barbados. I'm just going to say a few words to introduce our 2 ministers. First, we'll hear from Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, who is the current Minister of Education of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Gatsby-Dolly previously served as Minister of Community Development, Culture, and the Arts prior to her appointment. Dr. Gatsby-Dolly served as an educator for 17 years. She also chaired the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity. She holds a doctoral degree in organic chemistry, as well as a bachelor's degree and a postgraduate diploma from the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. We will then hear from the Honorable Kay McConnelly of Barbados, Minister of Innovation, Science, and Smart Technology of the Government of Barbados. Prior to her appointments to the Senate and her current ministerial portfolio in 2018, Senator McConnelly served for 7 years with distinction as Barbados' top diplomat in Toronto. As an international trade negotiator at the World Trade Organization and senior United Nations representative in Geneva, Switzerland. She has served as an expert resource, leading capacity building consultations for international development programs in the Caribbean. She holds a Master of Business Administration in International Business from Eastern Michigan University. All right, so I introduced Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, Minister of Education, Trinidad and Tobago, to make our first presentation.
Thank you very kindly, distinguished Chairperson. Allow me to recognize the Chairman of CXC and the executive members who are our hosts here in Grenada, and also the Minister of Education of Grenada, who is hosting us very well. My last trip to Grenada was 10 years ago on my 10th anniversary, and so therefore it's my 20th anniversary, wedding anniversary, and my second trip to Grenada. So it's a wonderful time to be here. Colleague ministers, distinguished officials of CARICOM, and from around the region. I've noted very carefully our adherence to time, and therefore I will not vary from this, and I've been allotted 10 minutes, and I will do my best to stay that way. Though when you give a politician a mic and you say 10 minutes, it is indeed a challenge simply to keep to that time, and therefore I begin. I present today on the policies for educational transformation in Trinidad and Tobago and their implications for CXC. And before I start, I want to give a bit of a situation analysis with respect to Trinidad and Tobago and our education sector. Our Ministry of Education manages over 800 schools, Approximate numbers, 220 ECCE, which are our early childhood centers, 450 primary schools, 130 secondary, and 9 tertiary institutions. Over 250,000 students, which are approximately 20% of our population. Over 13,000 teachers, and our administration arrangement is such that approximately 50% of our schools are co-administered by denominational boards, churches, and the government. So we call them our government-assisted schools. So we have our public schools, which are government, and also public would be government-assisted schools. The responsibility for youth development is shared between the Ministry of Education, which deals with the schooling aspect, and our close partner, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, which is a new ministry that deals with young people who are outside of the school environment. That shows a little bit of a situation analysis so you understand what our education sector looks like. Wonderful. So I will deal with 4 main educational transformational policies, 4 of a few, but these are the 4 I think are most cogent to our discussion today. Digital transformation, which of course has been spoken to by, I think, every presenter as most important on our agenda. TVET rationalizations, that's technical and vocational education, and I think I listened to the Prime Minister of Grenada very carefully, and he spoke to that emphasis on the vocational and the skills training in Grenada as well. Rationalization of examination offerings and revised school operations for increased student success. So I'll deal with digital transformation. 4 of our main projects, we have about 13 projects currently ongoing, but 4 of the main ones involve our student management system, our student learning management system, device provision, and e-testing, all of which go together. With respect to the SMS, which is the student management system, that is a system that will actually digitalize all of our student records. Very important for us as we seek to look at trends, analyze data, and move forward in terms of the resilience of our education sector. So the SMS is the actual platform to take the data, all of our student data, which of course is stored now in files, and carry that to a digital format and use that data to transform the learning management system, which is, for want of a better word, the e-classroom system, where our teachers will have both a physical classroom and a digital classroom. And we want to, of course, promote digital pedagogy, increase educational resilience and continuity, because of course we depended heavily on the e-classroom structure, the virtual classroom structure, when the COVID was at its height and schools had to close, and that was about 2 years for some of our students in Trinidad and Tobago. So through the SLMS, which is the school learning management system, we are organizing digital education such that if a situation such as COVID or any other situation arises where physical school is not possible, there's continuity in terms of education. Normalizing e-testing, and this is very important, and I take careful note, of course, of CXC's thrust, and this is a part of bringing Trinidad and Tobago more online with the e-testing strategy, because through the student learning management system, we can use more e-testing methods, and that will allow our students the facility to be able to take their e-testing, and we want to, of course, expand that. So that's a part of normalizing that throughout our school life. And the ultimate goal would be to get more of our students involved in CSEC and CAPE testing at the Form 5 and Form 6 level. So right now we do have a project going on, which we are having a pilot group of students volunteer to do their paper ones by e-testing, and we are looking to that, the success of that, and of course our experience will allow us to increase that, and we want to ensure that we can increase that. We're looking at paper 1 for now, but as we introduce the SLMS, the learning management system, and we get our students more facile with typing and so on, then that will not be a barrier. And of course we have to introduce training and all of that, but there's be no barrier to us using the paper 2 in the e-testing format. So we are looking forward to that. And we are also looking forward to the cost of examination administration being decreased, because Everyone knows the difficulty of these examinations and how much it costs for us to administer. And if we can have savings in that department, we can certainly apply that to many other areas of education that require our input at this time. With respect to TVET revitalization, we recently approved, and I saw the CARICOM Qualifications Network, I think, being put up, and we, on the basis of that, recently approved our National Qualifications Framework in Trinidad and Tobago. And what that does is allow us to bring those TVET qualifications on par with the academic, and we are using that as a basis now to springboard our thrust on TVET. We do have publicly those institutions that do TVET in Trinidad and Tobago, even in our secondary schools. However, the age-old issue of that on par qualification and whether you're not doing, if you can't take book, you do a skill, trying to eradicate that. And that qualifications framework is a part of doing exactly that. We want to increase the attractiveness of TVET education. We want to capitalize on the fact that during the COVID situation, persons who were able to survive and to thrive were generally persons who had a skill and who could transition and pivot quickly. So we want to promote that as a way of pushing forward TVET education and its attractiveness. So in our secondary school system, what we are attempting to do in some of our schools where we have lowest performance in academics, what we are attempting to do is to introduce the TVET at a lower level. Our principals have said to us that TVET engages the students. It keeps them positively engaged in the school, out of mischief, and it decreases the attrition because 16 years old is our compulsory, the end of our compulsory age of education. And once some of our students reach 16, you see that falling away, even before 16 in some cases. And therefore, we want to use that as a way, and we are using that now, pushing that more into the lower forms, whereas they would have started at the Form 3 level, maybe 15, 16, pushing it at the lower forms to be able to hold on to our students so that they stay in school and they are certified. With respect to rationalization of examination offerings, we in Trinidad and Tobago pay for all of our students at secondary school to sit our CXC examinations. That may not be the case across the region, but we do that in Trinidad and Tobago. CXC and KEEP, and if you are a repeater within the secondary school system, we pay for that too. And if you are not in the secondary school system, but you have done the examinations and you want to repeat outside of school, we pay for that too for your first chance free. In addition to that, if you want tuition as a repeater, we pay for that too. Therefore, you can imagine the cost that is associated with that type of offering. Right? And of course, all in an effort to ensure that our population is well educated. And therefore, we have to now rationalize in times that are difficult, rationalize the expenditure with the value for the money that we are getting, because it is not always on par. As you know, and sometimes when people get things free, they think it is cheap, but there's a difference. And so we are working now to rationalize that. We have made some policy decisions. So for example, at our January exams, did I say that we also pay for the January exams? So we have made some decisions, bringing it down from you can just repeat the CXC at any time to one chance free. We've also made some decisions that if you're repeating, you would have had to sit the examination 3 years before that to try to increase the pass rates so that we do not have wastage. Because you pay for a lot of examinations, a lot of students who do not turn out, and so on. And the last thing is the revised school operations for student success, and we are working on measures to deal with the learning loss and to ensure, again, that students who sit these examinations, once we pay for you, you have a good chance of passing these examinations. So you would see on the screen a number of the measures that are being taken to address this. And I go quickly to the implications. Because what it means is that since we are moving to e-testing and making a focus on digital education, we would require that program, that e-testing platform be very robust. Of course, we need the support, and we are having some training going on now with our students and our teachers, and we are glad for that as we move forward. Implications of a reduction in the number of examinations being written every year, because we are trying to rationalize this, changes in registration patterns as we look to increasing the TVET thrust, so there may be some changes there. Examination of the TVET curricula, we may want to ask for some of that, CXC, because we want to ensure that all of the modern methodologies are included, and the requirement for facile access to data sets, which I believe is what we have launched in Trinidad and Tobago, and we're looking forward to that. And we are also looking forward to that micro-credential system, because as we would have discussed when CXC visited Trinidad and Tobago, as we deal with the learning loss, that's one way of having incremental success that can allow our students to move slowly at their own pace, but gain credentials and gain success and confidence and stay in school, so that when we turn them out as persons who have qualifications and can move on and contribute to our society in a productive way. I want to thank you, and I hope that I have presented exactly what Trinidad and Tobago is doing with respect to these concerns. Thank you.
So I'm going to quickly introduce our next minister, the Honorable Kay McConley of Barbados.
Good afternoon, everyone. You have just come from your lunch, and I'm probably one of the last speakers before you leave, and therefore I am in a rather precarious position here. But I will try to make this just as efficient and as quick. The approach that I am going to take is one where we look at what Barbados is currently doing in terms of education reform, what we're planning at this point in time. And I say what we're planning because we are waiting for the final go-ahead from the ministry, from the cabinet, before we can implement. And secondly, having described to you what are some of the key areas of reform, we then relate that to our relationship with CXC and how we would want to work collaboratively with CXC in that regard. So, as I get started, I really do want to compliment CXC on the leadership that it has shown in this region as it comes to ensuring that our human resources are globally competitive, and indeed that we have a high quality of credentialing and assessment as we put our charges and our human capital out there to be assets for the region. And as we speak today about education transformation and policy and financial sustainability and other practices, I want to say that we are going to rely on CXC in a significant way, even as we go through our reform. And the call that was made by the representative from CARICOM, is CXC up to it? This is going to really be the test, as we all in this region, as you know, we are within our oneness as a region in some ways, but there is a uniqueness in our national circumstances that will require unique responses and solutions at times. And as the CXC engages with us, as I heard Dr. Wesley, who passionately represented his engagement with the participating countries this morning, it is important that we engage not simply as beneficiaries who benefit in many important and significant ways from CXC. It is important that we not simply engage as stakeholders who have an interest that is affected by what CXC does, but we must fundamentally engage as shareholders because we are invested financially, politically, and socially in CXC. And I think that that has to be an important shift that we make in terms of how we engage as shareholders in CXC's success and CXC as shareholders in ours. Secondly, I think that while our countries each will move at a very different pace through our versions, our brands of education transformation, we really have to find a common rhythm so that we are indeed marching, and those who have danced, like my permanent secretary who's here, who is a professional dancer, even though persons will move at a different pace, we all have to be in step and at least sharing the same rhythm. And I am not certain that we have done that with CXC yet. And therefore, we have to find ourselves more in step, even as we move at very different pace. Now, as we embark on our own transformation, instruction, curriculum, assessment, credentials, they're all inextricably linked. And if I were a physicist, I might say to you that when two systems are fixed and there's resistance to change when the other is moving, the result is a tension that may cause the integrity of at least one of those systems to fail. And as a region, we cannot afford that. And therefore, we must redouble our efforts to do what we can to ensure that we are not working in tension as a region. And I shared that just before going into Barbados' agenda because I think we are mature enough as a Caribbean region to have some very serious conversations. And I don't think it's a secret to anyone in here that there have been some tensions with CXC and some of the participating countries over the last couple of years as we tried to navigate together this wonderful time. And I am happy to say that we are here today because we persevered and decided we can work together if we choose to do so. So I thank you. So what's the transformation agenda of Barbados and how do we connect with CXC in this regard? There are 6 key areas of our reform, and we have sought to do so in a significantly holistic way. The first are outcomes. We are looking to create enhanced outcomes for our students, particularly as it relates to our basic education system. That's our nursery, our primary, our secondary, and well, some post-secondary, but really the basic education system. And what are we doing in that regard? Well, first of all, let me share that Barbados, we pay for our students all the way from nursery to university, including not just the bachelor's programs, but in some cases the master's programs as well. And so education may appear free to them, but really the government foots the bill. And currently we are in the process of costing education so that we're able to know how much does it cost Barbados to educate a child from nursery, primary, secondary, so that we can also start to look at what is the return on our investment in ways that would be significant to the country. Also, in terms of our outcomes, some of the challenges that we have seen. We too have a situation where it's a growing number of students who are getting less than 40% in the Barbados Secondary Schools exam. That's that exam that will allow students to matriculate from primary to secondary. They take it around age 10, 11 years old. And we have to stem that number as part of the outcomes that we're looking for from the students. We are also discovering that there is a disengagement of boys in significant numbers. And part of what we have to do within our system is to find a way to recapture the imagination and to fully engage those boys at that level. We also, as part of those outcomes, recognize that a significant number of students are leaving with no certification at all. And where that challenge comes, we can, as long as we keep them within the system, and that has been a push of our ministry to ensure we keep as many in the system as possible. But once there are lost, we are recognizing that to recapture them is significant is a significant challenge because many of them are being lost to labor. They have chosen survival for now over learning for later. So they go out to make a dollar. And that's why, as I shared earlier, some of the strategies that we're using include pay to learn. So that when you come back and we're able to bring you back into the system and you're doing technical and vocational training, for example, you will get your stipends, you will get your opportunity for us to be able to compensate help you to be able to afford coming back to school. Now, that is only part of what we are doing in terms of enhancing outcomes for students. In the interest of time, I'll move on to our second one, which is improving the quality of teachers and instruction. I think many of us will accept that schools don't work unless teachers are working. And usually, where you find a child that's not learning, you have to wonder why. And the reasons are several, including quality of teacher instruction. And so we are on a mission at this time to professionalize the teaching profession. And that means that we will have to ensure, and I cannot say this because the cabinet has not yet signed off on our proposal to move public, but the intention, and I should say the proposal, is for us to work with the teachers to ensure that they have not only proper training, but continuous professional development, and that we have provided the resources for them to do so, so that it is not just them seeking to develop themselves, but that through an institute that will enable them to remain professionals, will help to evaluate and monitor them, and help them to develop, that we are able to bring them along. The third area is leadership. Those who are the principals and the vice principals and the senior teachers in our school, we recognize that leadership makes a difference. And the work that we have to do is not just about training and upskilling and reskilling those principals, many of who were just good teachers. They were really good teachers, but then they were promoted into the leadership of the institutions. And a very good person in the classroom is not necessarily the best person at the head of an institution. And so we have had to go about the business of methodically assessing what we need, how we need to do it, and the type, and investing along with our teachers, our principals associations, in the development and training of our principals. Fourth is curriculum. There are many areas in which we are seeking to reform our curriculum in significant ways. We recognize that the social and emotional learning of students that's as important as the academic side of things. Our intention is that we will become more competency-based in what we do. We are now seeking to develop national standards so that we're able to say, after you have finished Class 1 or Infants B, these are the standards. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, Class 4, first form, second form, and that there are standards at every single level. Currently, that is not the case. And it has therefore not allowed us to make the levels of interventions that will be required for us to go forward at this time. We have also introduced from nursery. We started last year, and we are now ramping it up. Robotics and coding is taught from nursery all the way up to tertiary. We started that last year, and we have now increased that effort this year. There are a number of other programs I'm being told that I need to wrap up, but certainly from a curriculum perspective, it is very much being led by the fifth revolution, which is really the fifth industrial revolution, which is really about how humans and technology will actually work together, as opposed to against each other, but how do we work together? And it is not just about the Internet of Things and artificial technologies and the virtual and augmented realities, and it is not just about how the technologies are used to change our world, but it's how we're able to use it to change lives. And therefore, it takes a more learner-centered approach to the way that we seek to move forward. Again, very mindful of time. The fifth area is infrastructure. That is both the digital and the physical infrastructure. Some of the school plant in Barbados is very aged. And what we had discovered even during COVID is that when we sought to ensure that we had connectivity in the schools, the electrical wiring was so aged and was in fact not up to code. And therefore many institutions could not be connected, and we had to work therefore to rewire, only to discover that the roofs were leaking onto the new wiring, and therefore you ended up having to take major infrastructural overhauls. So as part of our reform and taking that holistic approach, we understand that we must take a systematic approach to the development of infrastructure, not just the digital infrastructure in terms of connectivity and capacity, but also in terms of the physical environment that will allow us to be able to deal with this. And finally, the sixth area is that of the legal and regulatory framework. We have an Education Act that is older than I am, and I will not confess to what that is. But the wonderful thing is when we sit and we talk with our partners in education, we ask them, at the time that this act was brought into force, what were the circumstances, what were the conditions? And they will easily say it is much different than it is today. And so we find ourselves trying to move into a 21st century of education with a 20th century Education Act that no longer serves us. And so we recognize that the legal and regulatory framework has to be a part of that holistic approach to the way we do reform. I wanted to speak very briefly about how we would want to work with CXC in this regard. Certainly, as we start to make assessments based on standards, based on competencies throughout the system, rather than just at the end of your primary years and at the end of your secondary years, we certainly would want to work with CXC as to how do we build those standards and assessments in a gradual process throughout the years. I know that CXC has started to do significant work in the digital area. For example, I know that you have started to add courses, change your curricula to deal with new subjects as digital literacies in your CCSLC level, the statistics, the logistics and supply chain at your CAPE level, your green engineering at the CAPE level, your animation and game design at CAPE, your digital media at CAPE, and you have added a number of subjects that have excited us. You have finally moved away from some of the programming languages that no longer were relevant, and we are finally able to find some certifications in those areas. And I share that because as we move into the emerging technologies, we need for CXC to be sufficiently nimble to develop the curricula, develop the examinations and the testing that will allow us to adjust quickly. And as you know, the technologies are becoming obsolete quickly. And therefore, some of the certifications that you provide will themselves have to be far more fluid than they are now. So basically, we need for you to move at a pace that is different than the pace you have already gone. Now, coming to the end before I receive some type of music taking me off the stage. I want to say to you that as I close, our message as we enter reform and seek to do so in partnership with the critical agencies of our region, including CARICOM, including CXC, and the University of the West Indies, and all of the other institutions that are part of it. I want to say that the demands of education transformation will call for us to modernize faster, even while facing financial challenges. And how to transform on a shoestring will have to become something that we are expert at. And it calls for us also to not only be focused on the business of transforming education, but also on transformative education. So that while education will play a key in how we transform our world, it will also need to be part of the decisions and policies that obtain when we target transforming lives in a way that makes a difference to people. As CXC expands and refines its relevant services, I know that there are some increases in fees that are being contemplated, and we want to say at this time, we would be very happy to understand where the justification will come, where the value will be for us, and how you intend to assist those of us that are more vulnerable than others to ensure that we do not disenfranchise our young people. And as you expand your services, as I have heard Dr. Wesley and others speak about CXC expanding its services over a period of time, it is critical that you understand that services and service are not the same thing. And it will only continue to be a good value proposition for those of us who are participating countries in CXC if we also get the service as owners, co-owners, and shareholders in success. So thank you very much.
So I'm going to, at this point, invite Dr. the Honorable Nayan Gatsby-Dolly to join us on stage. Thank you, Dr. the Honorable Nayan Gatsby-Dolly, as well as Dr. the Honorable Kay McConley, for your presentations. Indeed, while each country has its own distinct qualities, we also have a large number of similarities amongst us. So it is helpful to hear from some of the policies that are being developed across the region. At this time, we invite our ministerial participants to pose questions or make comments on the presentations today. Participants online may also pose their questions and comments using the Q&A feature on Zoom. To use this feature, click the Q&A in the webinar controls at the bottom of the Zoom window. We begin with questions from our participating ministers of education who are here today, and then we'll turn over to some of our participants online. And so at this point, we invite Senator the Honorable David Andrews, Minister of Education, Grenada, and then Senator the Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Right. So, permit me to say I wasn't aware that we were supposed to comment on those. But nonetheless, I will. I think sitting here as a colleague Minister of Education is always interesting to hear what other colleagues in the region are faced with in your territories, one, and the strategies and policies that you're putting in place to deal with the problems. In many instances, I confirm that we in Grenada, we're not alone in several of the challenges. I listened to some of the talk of the dated buildings and the infrastructure. And sometimes we have some of those challenges too, as a smaller economy. And we wrap our head around how do we go around preparing to make school maintenance, for instance, a lot more sustainable. And as part of this whole transformative agenda. So it's encouraging, to say the least, that we can feel a sense of togetherness in a regional struggle. But it's further encouraging that significant strides are being made. We have moved in Grenada, we've moved to eliminating fees associated with schools, heading towards SDG 4, making access to education a lot more affordable and more available to each Grenadian. And our commitment is to do, like you have proclaimed with such clarity, to eventually be able to pay for fees, to take care of the fees, the CXC fees, related fees, for all of our students. And we dream and we aspire to ensuring that there is, at least for now, one university graduate in every household. And we are working towards that. And so when we listen to you talk about what you do and how you've put those policies in place to impact on the outcomes in education, as a young administration, it's encouraging, knowing that we face similar challenges in many respects. And so I'm trusting we can all obviously learn from you, lean on you, and walk with you as we face this journey together as a Caribbean people with common heritage and a shared goal and shared vision. I would rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Curtis King.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. I sat there and listened, and basically, as everyone has been saying, there's so many similarities existing in terms of what is happening in the different countries with regards to our education system, the challenges that we face, the reform that is necessary, and at the same time, while we are thinking about reform, that we are aware and conscious of the need to, even while we embark on reform, to also take our education to that next level where we have a greater alignment of our education system with our developmental needs. And therefore, I thought that the discussions were very rich, and a lot of ideas came out that we can easily identify with throughout the Caribbean. Now, in terms of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there is, in fact, a very important issue with regards to reform. And we are speaking here about the component of our education system that focuses on TVET training. And we have been seeking to make this component more attractive, to move it away from the stereotype where persons, even in this period, speak about skills training as if somehow it is separated from the overall focus of our education and training. And so the idea is, this basically is an area for students who are not good academically. You know, I look back and I put it in this way, that our colonial masters, what they did to us in exercising control, they develop an education system that primarily expose our people to primary education. And that was the basis on which they develop their society in this part of the region. Because at the time, that society served only the major functions of providing the metropole with the raw materials needed for them to generate monies for themselves. Today, we are looking at the development of our society to cater for our own national developmental goals. And we can examine critically the approach and have the transformation done. And I'm saying clearly today, it is suggesting that we need a basic education that is much more than primary education. And so our basic education has to be inclusive now of our secondary education, and you build on that so that I do not see a dichotomy between technical, vocational education and training, for the simple reason we believe that at the state where our society is, our education and training must be such that we could have a system where most of our people can find their own niche. So that when we talk about TVET education now, we are saying that TVET should be done by students regardless of their aptitudes. And so, in a sense, we are talking about a transformation that had started even before our time, but we never maintain it, and we look like if we are restarting again. But I want to make the point, as I'm on TVET, to state that, look, we have been promoting TVET, where we are saying the levels of certification in TVET, we have comparable certification in the so-called academic field. So that we have 5 levels, and if we look at level 1, where we say that the graduate there needs supervision once he or she leaves the institution and goes out to work. Level 2, minimal supervision. But at level 3, that is comparable with somebody who has an associate degree. Level 4, you're talking about it being comparable with somebody with a bachelor's degree, and so moving towards a professional in the whole field. And a master's, obviously, is a full-fledged developed professional. I'm saying that once we promote TVET in this manner, then we are going to have a greater buy-in. Now, in terms of CXC, one of the things I am not hearing a lot about, but I have always believed would play a significant role in our transformation is that whole issue of assessment. How do we, and yes, we are talking about it generally, but I mean, we have to zoom in on it. How do we assess our children? Again, the Minister of Education from Barbados mentioned the whole issue, well, we call them learning outcomes, which you should have at each level, grade 1 right up to grade 12 or what have you, where at each stage we can identify, if you like, the outcomes, the standards that should be achieved. We don't have that now. And so our assessment, I believe, would help to influence us in that direction. Yes, we have to put in place the necessary changes which would guide the sort of assessment that we do. But I have always argued, and I have indicated this to the registrar, that look, CXC started on a positive initiative with the CPA, where that level of assessment that the students engage in preparation for secondary education is critical and is an important initiative, because I see an attempt to train the students to learn independently. In other words, they are learning to learn. But have we sustained that? Have we explored it enough so that we could further enhance it and so allow it to make a more significant contribution to our transformation? I believe this is an area that we need to pay more attention. Yes, we are pressed for time, and I haven't to moderate the last session. There are a number of other issues that I think that we would continue to share, but I want to end on this one. You know, 50 or so years ago, our forefathers met and felt, and I'm talking about when CXC was introduced, and felt that we needed a regional approach towards our educational development. That need is still very much present. And I'm saying that despite all the challenges that we have, we need to continue to commit ourselves to working within the regional framework to generate the sort of transformation we want for our education system. And we must not fail to acknowledge that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister King. Before we take responses from our two ministers, I wish to address directly to our ministers questions that are coming in from our online audience. Firstly, CXC is focusing on offering professional development non-credit courses via hybrid and online modalities, particularly for educational professions and other leaders in the education system. These courses are future-focused, and some explore current demands. How do you see your ministries working with CXC on developing these professional development, non-credit courses for our teachers? And so I'll pose the question first to our Minister of Education in Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Nyan Caspi-Dolly.
Thank you. Well, certainly, the Ministry of Education at Trinidad and Tobago has a teacher training division that gets from our teachers their needs, their principals as well, administrators, middle management, heads of departments, deans. And so we have built out quite an extensive list of trainings that are offered throughout the year. And we have moved to offer that by term, so that teachers can see exactly what will be offered and how they can avail themselves of this. Now, it is not compulsory to do so. However, what we have found is that once teachers are exposed and the training is available and useful, they make the effort to train and to take that training into their classrooms. So certainly, we are very willing to work with CXC if those things are available to see what their emphasis would be and what we would need, and to make some nexus between the two so that our teachers can access the types of training and we can have the resources to offer the training to our teachers as we would like. So we certainly would be on board with collaboration in that regard.
Right. Thank you very much, Minister. And then we have from Minister McConnelly.
Thank you very much. Barbados has the Urdeston Teachers Training College that is charged with the training of teachers. We also have programs through the University of the West Indies and the Barbados Community College that also helps us to train teachers. But training is not the end all. Then you have continuous professional development. So after you have trained, we want to make sure that you're on a path to continuous improvement and that you're truly at cutting edge. Barbados has entered a collaboration with Coursera, an international, one of the largest online platforms. And we now have set up an educators hub where teachers can go and free of charge. They're able to update their training, upskill, reskill, and the government of Barbados pays for that. And they can simply use that for their professional development. In addition, so our overall strategy is that of partnership for training and professional development. And so to speak directly to your question, how would we want to work with CXC? As CXC gets its institute, I'm told there may be an institute, a professional development institute on the cards, we would certainly want to see how we would be able to work with them. So ours is a multi-pronged approach using partnerships, strategic partnerships, as a way for us to deal with training and professional development, not just of our teachers, but also of our education officers who have to supervise the teachers as well as the leaders of the schools.
And indeed, that theme of partnership, I think, rings through the entire proceedings today. Thank you. There's another question that came in online, specifically to our ministers as well. Do you believe that authentically and progressively assessing learners in the education system who take CXC credentials to be important? And we could start with Minister Dolly.
I think it is. Yes, I think it is. But then the question is, what exactly would authentic assessment look like? It looks differently for subjects, it looks different for levels, it looks different for countries. So I think that is important, but it's important to determine what exactly it looks like for your particular learner in the particular subject area. And once that can be determined and it can be applied in that way, yes, it is useful.
Ms. McConnell?
And that was one of the areas of my presentation I left out in the interest of time, because what is important is that we not only have assessments that tell us what the students know, we need also to know what the students can do, because the world in which we're living now is very much based on skills and interests, and that is where we want to connect the students. And we believe that CXC has a role to play in helping us to develop those authentic assessments so that it's experiential. You can see very transparently what the child or the student can do. And I think, and that is the way in which we have to go if we are truly going to be able to deliver the kind of outcomes that matter.
All right. We have a question from our table, our panel. Wesley?
Yes. Thank you very much, ministers. Very informative presentations made by both of you. And as my chairman said to me in a dialogue just a moment ago, the last statement you made, Honorable Minister McConnell, transformative education and transformative. Yes, the statement you made, the statement you made at the end there, transformative education and transforming education, pretty much sums up both presentation in terms of the approaches being used. Nonetheless, both being relevant to the situations being experienced. What I would love some explanation on with respect to the fact that you're changing your teaching modality and looking at competency-based and making TVET on par with academic. Have you given any thought to synchronizing schools within certain zones, within certain territory, at least initially, with timetables to make sure that the delivery of content can be shared across schools without necessarily moving. As you talk about infrastructure development and flexible learning, our representative from CARICOM, Dr. Bristol, and I had a very interesting discussion at break about how the new transformation that is required for how we deliver education, are we repurposing our material for it to be self-paced, and if so, will there be a need for teachers in the classroom directly with a body of students, or will students have access to self-paced content and then scheduled to meet with a teacher if they need any clarification, explanation? Because with the progressive assessment that we are going to be coming on with, you can actually access assessment anytime on the micro-credentialing platform. So how are you looking at rationalizing schools, allowing for them to be in sync in timetabling and the delivery of content? Thank you.
As I mentioned, the proposal is before Cabinet, and we had committed to our education partners with whom we'd had private conversations in preparing the proposal that went to Cabinet, that's going to Cabinet. We had promised them that when we choose to go public, that we will go the distance with them. So without in any way compromising the commitment we made to them, there is a contemplation that the basic education system will be restructured, particularly at the high school level, and have different tiers. Again, I repeat, that has not been signed off by either the Cabinet, and we have not shopped it for public consultation. But the proposal is indeed to do something like that. And in so doing, there is flexibility, meaning that if a child is going to this school and study in this particular area, but they believe that they wish to combine different types of learning in areas, that they may be able to share between different schools. So you can go to one school, but it doesn't mean you cannot access curriculum for another school. And why I say that, one part of the proposal is that there may be schools, that there are schools, that is the proposal, that there'll be schools that cater to multiple intelligences and different ways of learning, so that we can ensure that there's access for all, and that academic learning does not become the only anchor for education, but that we're able to access that there are intelligences that relate to music, to sports, to culture, to science, to the range, and therefore create institutions where students can pursue their interests, even in the earlier stages. Again, that is in the proposal stage. Also, in our high schools, we have started to do CVQs and NVQs, which is National Vocational Qualification. Even at some of our special needs schools, we have ensured that some of our special needs students that are in the more severe end of the remedial spectrum are leaving with something, and therefore there are certain vocational qualifications that are also being pursued in some of our special needs schools. And as a part of that, the research that is guiding how we deal with special needs, and again, I see that as part of the inclusive framework, is that the research is telling us that to be inclusive, rather than segregate students that are considered special needs, of course special needs is both gifted and remedial, but that are separating special needs and the remedial side from the rest of the school population doesn't give the best outcomes. And with number one of our priorities in reform being enhanced student outcomes, we are seeking now to integrate special needs units in the regular school, as opposed to moving special needs students out, and again, being able to provide the types of qualifications that will enable them to be able to shine and reach their potential.
Right. In Trinidad and Tobago, some years ago, there was a magnet school system that was explored. It still exists to some extent, but it has not been taken the distance in terms of its maximizing its potential. In that system, some schools were magnets for, say, business, and they specialize in business. Some were for sports, they specialize in sports, and so on. And that was meant to rationalize the resources that were available in the country so that you didn't have to build out every single school for every single area. So there were some pros and cons to that system really maximizing its potential, and it is my personal opinion that it is a system that can work. And once a school would have that level of focus, then it means that students who are interested in that area can get into that school and therefore continue. But of course the question is, when do students become aware of exactly where their focus wants to be, and how do you deal with that? So there are some things that need to be worked out a bit more with regard to that system, but I think in a general principle, it is something that can work, and especially for cash-strapped economies, as ours are in the region, to ensure that you do have coverage across the entire spectrum of opportunity. However, with respect to the self-paced learning and the micro-credentialing, the expectation is that as we build out the student learning management system, there will be resources available there, courses available there that students can attempt at their own pace, and teachers, of course, will make use of that and encourage the students' parents as well, because we don't want to lose what we got in COVID, meaning the parents' involvement in education became very, very heightened. It wasn't always a good thing in some cases for the teachers, but I think it has the potential to be a good thing, and so ensuring that the parents have access to that student management system and student learning management system would be advantageous to us in the schools. So for us in Trinidad and Tobago, we are not contemplating that the students would be online and then just come in at some times. We are contemplating the marriage of the online system and the physical attendance, and the online system being an extension of the classroom and encouraging students to extend their learning and their engagement beyond the four walls of the school and beyond the time that school runs for physical school. So that's how we are contemplating it, and certainly looking again at that magnet system is very critical. Everything has just gotten mixed in with COVID, you know, and that digital transformation has just transcended all boundaries, and so that is taking first priority, but certainly a return to looking at that system and how it can help us, I think, is something that we need to focus on as well.
All right, we want to bring our session to an end, and I want to thank our ministers for their insightful presentations. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Council and the CXC, I thank the participants who posed their questions in person as well as online. And at this point, I want to hand over to the Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who will be the moderator for the final session today. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As was indicated, my name is Curtis King. I'm the Minister of Education and National Reconciliation for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So let me welcome you to this final session in what has been so far a very informative forum. During this session, we are going to have a presentation by Dr. Eduardo Ali, Pro Registrar and Deputy Chief Executive Officer, CXC, and Mrs. Sherry Deslandes, Director of Corporate Services, CXC. After that presentation, we will invite Dr. Wesley to offer his own perspective on the issue. And thereafter, we're going to have some responses, very short though, from some of our ministers. Well, unfortunately, our ministers would not be able to make it, but we have some development partners who will be invited to share on this issue. Now, the topic that Well, the theme for this session is educational transformation, policy, financial sustainability, and practice. And Dr. Ali and Mrs. Deslandes will present on the topic, adding strategic value through financial sustainability and cooperation. I now welcome Dr. Ali and Mrs. Deslandes to do their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. All the protocols would have been observed, so I'll just move straight into the presentation. But of course, you know, I'm not Dr. Ali, right? So I'm presenting before Dr. Ali. So I'll be presenting on educational transformation, added strategic value through financial sustainability and cooperation. Financial sustainability is a key goal of all institutions, regardless whether it be private, public, or hybrid. It is of particular importance for those institutions in the Caribbean space. Much depends on an institution such as the Caribbean Examinations Council, which is integral to the human and social development of the Caribbean region. The COVID-19 pandemic has made the need for investment in technological advancement a matter of urgency. And it is a far cry from the stage progression that CXC would have been tabling. Outside of that, reduced, insufficient, or delayed investment will lead to a decline in the quality of the product delivery. This will have an obvious effect on the quality of the candidates as well as the participating and associated territories. This presentation will highlight the role played by CXC in terms of the different perspectives, such as CXC and its impact on the Caribbean single market economy, CXC and its impact on the regional economies, CXC and the social benefits accruing to the participating territories, and CXC's income-generating strategy. Now, as you're aware, the Caribbean Examinations Council is a regional organization that provides high-quality syllabuses as well as valid and reliable examinations and certifications, and of course, these are recognized globally. These are offered to students and candidates of all ages, abilities, and interests. Through the provision of internationally accepted syllabuses, examinations, and certifications, the Caribbean Examination Council assures global human resource competitiveness of students within the Caribbean region. CXC makes significant contribution to the achievement of purpose for which the CARICOM single market economy was established. And this is achieved through the harmonization of social services, particularly that of education. CXC also promotes and facilitates higher levels of education at the graduate as well as at the postgraduate levels, and therefore continues to support the mandate not just of the University of the West Indies, but other universities and colleges across the region. The economic growth and development of the Caribbean countries are dependent on the knowledge and skills of our labor force. Of note, countries with greater proportion of the population attending as well as graduating from secondary schools experience faster economic growth. Also, funding provided for primary and secondary schools generally improves a country's economy performance. Therefore, education, which really is an investment in human capital, is truly the region's future, and CXC continues to be an active player in the educational landscape. The economic benefits from investments in education often lead to greater development in other sectors as a nation seeks to move towards attaining developed status. Having a regional and therefore homegrown qualifications has led to greater percentage of the population in the region attaining at least an ordinary level qualification in the range of disciplines, all leading to a more educated and trained populace. CXC qualifications are internationally accepted at all the major Ivy League universities worldwide, whether it be Harvard, Stanford, Oxford, or Yale. You name it, CXC representatives are there. And I would have seen this morning in the room the hands that went up to say we are all products of CXC. So there is also comparability with our competitors in the region and in an international space. Government scholarships are also awarded on the basis of CXC results, and there is increased memorandum of understanding and recognition with international higher educational institutions, which assist students in terms of matriculating to universities. Now, based on the slide, you'll note that this reflects the cumulative inflation rate for the Caribbean for the period 2012 through to 2021, and this rate was 43.7%. Now, the last adjustment of our fees for inflation would have been in 2012. Therefore, having reasonable adjustment to our examination fees to reflect inflationary impact will facilitate greater level of responsiveness of the individual countries. And our Barbados minister would have referred to this, so I want to reassure her that it will allow us to respond to operational challenges. It will allow us to respond to regional and international challenges, such as supply chain disruption, as well as societal uncertainties, such as learning loss that we would have faced during the COVID pandemic. Also, for us to address geopolitical tensions, such as the Ukraine and the Russia crisis. We do recognize that we cannot depend solely on our fees for financial sustainability, and therefore, other income-generating initiatives are being employed by the Caribbean Examination Council. These include initiatives such as expanding and promoting our products and services through our qualification management framework. And Dr. Ali would have gone through the details this morning, where we looked at developing new qualifications as required, and where needed, modify or promote existing qualifications for different markets. We want to ensure that we address as well as account for the large cohort of learners who are leaving school without certification, including regional validation of national programs. It is also critical for us to drive a robust marketing and communication strategy to penetrate new and existing markets. Securing grant funding from funding agencies is another initiative, as well as actively pursuing resource mobilization to secure new and additional resources for the Council, whether it be in cash or in kind. Other initiatives include increasing royalties through partnership with our publishers, expanding our Learning Institute technological capacity as well as capability, as well as partnering and engaging accredited institutions and stakeholder organizations wishing to develop their human resource knowledge capacity. We will continue to employ operational rationalization of our resources. We will continue to explore other options in terms of sourcing of funds for the development for regional implication. We want to work and we will continue to work with you. And as Dr. Wesley said this morning, we will stick together and get through together. Thank you.
Continuing on with the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, against the backdrop that was laid out by Mrs. Deslandes, CXC certainly is poised to cooperate with our partners internationally and regionally. CXC is leading educational transformation. Our focus, therefore, is to facilitate effective changes to our curricula and practices we engage in teaching, learning, and assessment with our partners. We've heard the call this morning, this afternoon, in fact, about CXC being not just seen as a partner or as a collaborator, but working with our shareholders to ensure that we mutually work together to achieve this. I would have mentioned this morning that we, in fact, have a new philosophical position. This will be launched soon, but it looks at whom we serve, why we serve, whom we serve, what we will provide in terms of the service, and how we will deliver that service to all. And so for us, in that philosophical position that CXC has developed, we are taking a research approach to looking at what happens in each territory, each country, to find out what the problems are, and therefore navigate with the partners and with our shareholders what the solutions could be so that we can contribute to providing the services required of them. You would have heard also, as was mentioned today by Dr. Manning, that we have a digitalization strategy. And we're also pleased to hear that each other country is exploring digitalization and digitization as mechanisms for enabling education, because we are in that stage of our education trajectory where it is no longer a possibility, but it's actually almost mandatory that we do. So CXC has established its data intelligence gateway. It provides the opportunity for us to provide at your fingertips data for analysis at the levels of each ministry, at the levels of every enterprise that engages with CXC, so that we could serve you better to provide you with what you require as we do comparative analyses together. You've also heard this morning that we are having taken stock of where we are headed in terms of the e-transition strategies that we have, that we are progressing apace to digitalize our credentials and assessment practices and methodologies. And so for us, this is a very important part for us to partner with our relevant partners. And naturally, as mentioned by me earlier today, the qualifications management framework that CXC has embarked upon provides us with the opportunity of structuring with you the various awards that we can work on together to bring that to the citizenry in your countries. And so what we want to do is not just simply be seen as hegemony that is poised to give and offer services to you, but actually become a servant of the public that ensures that we are providing the services to you and the products to you that are required for your countries. And so it is while we look at standards that are regional and we facilitate the development of products for the services that are required for the region, we have to think nationally what is important for each territory or each country. And so, ladies and gentlemen, having set that context, CXC is now ready to and is open for cooperation. We want to engage our international development partners and our regional governments as we embark on this thrust. We want to craft appropriate research and market-ready products and services to respond to the regional needs, and I dare say, more importantly, the national needs, and so build regional capacity with you and for you to provide what you require in this particular time. And we obviously want to work with corporate development donors and technical cooperation enterprises to design and implement educational transformation systems that will bring the services to the learners who need it at this time. And so, having made that statement, what we want to ask you now, this is where we lead to a question posed to our development partners who are online with us and who are also here with us. How do you see your agency working with CXC to mutually achieve these objectives? And this is the question we pose to all our development partners who are here with us. We have the CARICOM Secretariat, the Caribbean Development Bank online. We also have the World Bank online, and we would like to hear from them in terms of how we can work together to achieve these objectives. And thank you very much. Moderator, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali and Mrs. Deslandes. I think you have impressed upon our audience and delegates today the importance of funding for the continued delivery of quality CXC products for the development of the education sector. Now I'm going to invite Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and CEO of CXC, to share his own perspective on this topic. Of course, we have heard a lot. Let us hear from the CEO. Okay. And you have 5 minutes. You need to come on. You need to exercise, yes.
Colleagues, in the interest of time, I won't necessarily elaborate much on what my two colleagues would have said. I think they have expressed where CXC wants to go. And in response to the ministers, yes, we will make ourselves available to work with you in your unique situation to solve the unique problem you might be having, because that is another way of us not just providing you with a service, but serving you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Wesley. And that was very brief. Good. So we are doing good for our time. And now we want to introduce some of our discussion participants. As was mentioned earlier by Dr. Ali, it is important that CXC engages some of its development partners, and some are certainly here with us, whether online or present, and we are going to hear from them. So let me quickly introduce them by reading brief bio on each of them. Dr. Diego F. Angel Ordinola serves as Human Development Economist for the Education Global Practice at the World Bank, where he leads lending operations, technical assistance, and applied research in the areas of education, skills, TVET, and jobs. He has spearheaded and contributed to several initiatives in various developing countries and regions, especially Latin America, Europe, and Central Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and North Africa. He is the holder of a PhD in economics from Georgetown University. So put your hands together for our first discussion. Good. Our second participant, Dr. Victoria Levin of the World Bank, and she is a senior economist in the Education Global Practice, and she also is a co-leader of the Skills Global Solutions Group. Her current work focuses on issues related to measurement and development of socioeconomic skills, student assessment, and innovations in adult literacy. Dr. Levin holds a PhD in public policy from Harvard University. She is also a graduate of Georgetown University. Our next discussion participant, yes, is Dr. Laurette Bristol from the CARICOM Secretariat. Dr. Bristol is currently serving as the Program Manager, Human Resource Development at the CARICOM Secretariat. She has over 25 years' experience in the field of education as an educator at the primary level, as a teacher educator, and as a tertiary education administrator. Dr. Bristol is the holder of both a PhD in education, and a master's degree from the University of Sheffield. Put your hands together for Dr. Bristol. And finally, Dr. Martin Batiste from the Caribbean Development Bank. Dr. Batiste is a national of Grenada. He is currently the Division Chief, Social Sector Division at the Caribbean Development Bank. He provides oversight of the bank's program in the social sectors in the region, including education, agriculture and rural development, human settlements, citizen security, social protection, and youth development. Dr. Batiste holds a PhD in education planning and policy from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. In addition, he is a graduate of the International Institute for Educational Planning, Paris, France. Good. So, I now invite our fourth participant to give his perspective. He is joining us online, so over to you, Dr. Diego Angel Adinola.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Could you please confirm that you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you loud and clear.
No, thank you very much again for the CXC for the opportunity to be here today. And they told me we have 2 minutes, so I'm going to try to be brief. And basically, in terms of the question on how would you like, or how could we work in partnership with the CXC to address or to generate education transformation, I would say that maybe moving from the traditional way of looking at agencies like CXC into the more futuristic way that we're seeing in the world, these type of agencies kind of moving towards. So traditionally, agencies like CXC have done a very important and critical job in order to monitor skills, especially of students, to see if the system works and is delivering, and also to facilitate transition and screening between students from one level to another level. And I think that role is quite important. But it seems to me that these type of agencies and skills assessments, given that the population is becoming older, that we have been talking about lifelong learning, we have kind of a shrinking and aging working force, then we need to start to pay equal or more attention not only to the kids while they are in education, but to the youth and to the adults when they exit education. So there are, I would say, 3 very important markets that institutions like the CXC globally are starting to look at. One market is, of course, the market of teachers. One minister today said, if teachers do not do their job, schools are paralyzed. So assessment of teachers is an agenda that is rising in prominence and importance. Not necessarily assessment to just evaluate teachers or to promote teachers, but assessments to identify what are the skill gaps of teachers so that you could mainstream teacher professional development programs. For example, in Ecuador, we did assessment of teachers in all technological institutes, and we realized that more than 80% of the teachers in those institutes lacked basic skills such as problem solving, communications, and critical thinking. So if the teachers lack those skills, how would they be able to impart them to students? So a market that is growing in importance is assessments to teachers in a way to be able to orchestrate pedagogy and teacher development programs. The other one is markets to enterprises. I know some agencies like CXC, like KAIS in Korea and the ICFES in Colombia are starting to work with companies, with the private sector. And they are doing assessments for the working force entering to work in those companies, acknowledging that companies are also like universities. They develop the skills of the working force. So they try to develop the skills of workers when they come to the company and a few years as they evolved in their lives in their companies to see if the skills of the workers actually increase as they learn on the job. So treating companies as universities is also a very important potential market. And last but not least, of course, institutions. We have focused a lot on the students, but maybe using that information to develop reports that could be retrofit to institutions to know the value added of institutions. That means assessments where the kids come in the institution and come out of the institution so that we know the value added of the institution and of different programs. Why this is important? Because if we identify great institutions or great programs that have lots of value added, we can expand it and learn from them. But also if we find institutions with low value added, we can help them become institutions with high value added. So this is maybe some ideas on some potential markets. To summarize, institutions, value added assessment, teachers, and enterprises. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And now we will have Dr. Levin, and she is also joining us via online.
Thank you very much. Can you also hear me, please confirm?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity to contribute to this event and provide our perspective. I actually took the opportunity to connect to the whole day's discussion, and it has been a very useful and very relevant and fascinating discussion the whole day. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to connect. I will build on my colleague Diego's intervention in terms of the different ways that we can collaborate together and that CXC can support the transformation of education systems in the Caribbean. So another focus of efforts that we would be happy to collaborate with CXC on is the better use of the rich data that CXC has been collecting in the past, and hopefully it will be collecting even more of such data in the future. This is extremely important because it can support applied research, which can then drive the evidence-based policymaking that we encourage governments to conduct. So I was extremely pleased to hear today about the launch of the Data Intelligence Gateway that allows policymakers to have this real-time access to the data that CXC is collecting, and it will go a long way to contribute to this objective. Also, as Dr. Niles mentioned this morning, we're already initiating in a collaboration with CXC on this type of evidence-based research, and we hope that in the future, the data that CXC collects can then be connected to other types of data. So for example, to data on labor market outcomes, such as employment and earnings. And what this can do, this linkage to other data sets, is that it can support it can demonstrate the value added of the competencies that students are attaining, and then create a feedback loop to actually motivate students to attain those competencies. And this would be extremely valuable. In addition, the detailed performance data from CXC products can be transferred, can be provided to teachers and students, and this way it can support formative use of learning assessment data, what we call assessment for learning as opposed to assessment of learning. Because teachers need to understand where their students are lacking, and not just in terms of their overall scores or their pass rates, which is what we heard a lot about today, but in terms of actual competencies, which competencies are lagging behind and which need to be remediated. And supporting this process, which I think CXC can do very well, is extremely important. And this has been done in other countries in the Latin American region, such as Argentina and Mexico, and we would be happy to bring those experiences and help leverage them. And finally, the bank is very interested in collecting information, not just on the subject-specific competencies, but also on the transversal competencies that Diego mentioned, and not just for teachers, but also for students. So the higher order cognitive skills, such as problem solving or critical thinking, and even socio-emotional skills that were mentioned by many ministers in today's discussion. Because the changing world of work is calling on these competencies. There are increasing demand for these competencies. Employers are paying more for these competencies. But the only way that we can ensure acquisition of these competencies in the education system is if we can actually measure them properly. So with that, the World Bank would be delighted to collaborate with CXC on any aspects of this agenda, and we look forward to exploring potential future opportunities of doing so. I also wanted to flag that we are preparing a new project on skills and innovation, and we'll be exploring opportunities for bringing in the learning assessment data and thinking about the future of learning assessment through this project, together with ministries of education in St. Lucia, Grenada, and together with the OECS Commission. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Dr. Levin. And we have Dr. Bristol here in person. So I now invite Dr. Bristol to make a short presentation.
Thank you, Minister. Good afternoon, everyone. I won't be very long because I think our colleagues online have done a very good job already. I think one of the things I would want to point out, though, in terms of the work that CXC is doing as a regional institution, part of the agenda we know as a region in terms of integration is the acceleration of the movement of people and skills and services. So certainly in the not just enhancing the CSME agenda, but accelerating the CSME agenda, there needs to be a stronger cooperation and partnership between the CXC and CARICOM Secretariat and all the other institutions within the CARICOM region, and recognizing that this is not just about supporting CXC's financial sustainability. It's within that ecosystem that as the service is provided, the relevance of CXC is strengthened and the visibility of CXC is strengthened, and of course the return on the investment is gained and you build your own sustainability in that way. So certainly there is opportunity, I think, through the range of products that we were discussing this morning and we will continue to discuss, for continuing to partner, particularly around the development of grants to accelerate shared and common agendas across the CARICOM Human Resource Development 2030 strategy within the education ecosystem, the wider education ecosystem, from all the way from early childhood all the way to tertiary education, across the suite of the CXC subjects. We would want to ensure, though, that we maintain a particular kind of alignment, because it's not just CXC within the conversation, and we know that we can't do this by ourselves and in isolation. So in this conversation, it's the range of partners, CXC, CARICOM, CANTA, the range of education partners, the ministries of education collaborating. So when we are engaging in those grants for that support that will be done on the ground in Ireland to support the work that our ministries of education is doing and the work that CXC is doing and the work that CARICOM is doing, I think that's what we want to be focusing more strategically, so that when we identify a particular problem or innovation to be solved, there would be added value in leveraging different kinds of conversations for us to say, let's see how we can tackle this problem together rather than trying to tackle the problem in isolation. So yeah.
Thank you once again, Dr. Bristol. And now for our final participant in this section, we invite Dr. Batiste to make his short presentation, and he will be doing so online. Dr. Batiste?
Thank you, Minister King. Could you confirm that you're hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a delight to be here. I just want to set the support that CDB can give CXC in a wider context. The bank, as we know, provides investment financing to our borrowing member countries. And we are at the cusp of investing since 2005, upwards of $700 million across the region. One of the initiatives that we've recognized is that in order to ensure that the countries are able to maximize the services of CXC, is to provide investments so they can build out the architecture and infrastructure to afford themselves of those services. So when you talk about, for example, the e-testing initiative, the bank in supporting the digital transformation of education systems, as we're doing across the region, is done deliberately to make sure that countries can in fact maximize those opportunities in e-testing. Also, for example, in terms of CBQ certification at a secondary school, over the last 10 years or so, from St. Kitts right down to Suriname, countries have in fact come to CDB to mobilize resources so they can build out the secondary schools and the TVET institutions so they can participate in CBQ at the secondary level. Just to mention, of course, that, and just to complement what my other colleagues say, that in addition to looking at the value added elements that we need to tease out in using the data that CXC has, one of the areas that we're interested in, of course, is the value for money proposition. CXC is at the apex of the basic education system with certification in Forms 5. But of course, when a student sits CSEC in Form 5 or CAPE 2 years later, it is the result of at least 12 or 14 years of investment by the state and by families, billions of dollars. And so I think the case that can be done is that using the data that CXC has in student performance, we certainly need to talk about how we can use that data. We love to cover CXC to make the point about the value for money and therefore show how the value proposition of CXC as a certifying agency is really critical in building out their services across the region, and further make the case about CXC providing those services in a wider sense. For us at CDB, we look forward to, as we've done in the past, hearing from you, CXC, in terms of how we can support your initiatives. And I know you have submitted a couple of initiatives such as the data modeling and visualization technical assistance that we are actively considering. So we look forward to supporting you as you go forward. Thanks again, and look forward to the collaboration as we go forward.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Baptiste. Yes, and thank you very much to all of our discussion participants. Of course, they have shared their thoughts. We had a couple of proposals also coming through. But I want to thank them especially for their commitment to CXC and to human resource development in our region. That is through education. So thank you very much. Now, I want to invite ministers or anyone who might have a question. We still have a couple of minutes. We can entertain such questions. I have one of my own, but I will take. Okay. Let me just ask this question of you, Dr. Wesley, or anybody else from CXC? Now, earlier we heard about CXC being accepted internationally. And I was wondering, given the vast improvement we have in modern technology that is shrinking our world today, and given also the general good standing, if you like, of CXC, whether or not CXC is exploring that possibility of offering some of its products to countries outside of the region who might be at a similar stage of development like us.
Thank you very much for that question. I would just say quickly, yes, we are giving consideration to that. Initially, we started by thinking about the region, particularly those countries in Latin America and even DONREP, that is close to us, Spanish-speaking country. But as the Prime Minister challenged us this morning, and I know CXC in the past, we were thinking of getting into South Africa and the African continent, really, trying to make some of our products available there. I know since Eduardo started leading on our Learning Institute, we are thinking of making our products available to the diaspora, particularly where we have large Caribbean migrants in the UK, the US. So we are looking at expanding into different markets as well. I think I was just saying to my director of operations here that we really need to go on some exploration in those far continents like South Africa, to make sure that our products, which, as you rightly pointed out, we are internationally recognized. A lot of the scholarship Barbados spoke about and Trinidad spoke about, it's not just local, it's all over the world, right? That these students would go and pursue their various qualifications. So yes, it is internationally recognized, and perhaps it's now time for us to expand in those areas as we talk about financial sustainability. Yes, Eduardo can expand on that.
Thank you very much for your question, Minister. Just to elaborate a bit more on what the Registrar has expounded on. So the different levels that we have looked at. We would have spent a considerable amount of time in the last 6 or 7 months doing our analyses, competitor analyses, market research, to determine what is available internationally for CXC and what is not. And so mentioning the diaspora from a perspective of teacher training and some of the products that he mentioned is one, it would be one level, but there's also a dire need by the diaspora in particular for some of the other subjects that we have offered as micro-credentials. So we do recognize that Caribbean citizens who have migrated to different destinations in the UK, in the US, etc., whose children are essentially non-Caribbean by birth, but by descent have a Caribbean identity, are interested in having those kinds of curricula available to them, or to integrate it within the knowledge that they're acquiring as they pursue secondary school and beyond. So the extent to which we can provide some of that to them, we certainly will be exploring, particularly for those subjects at the CAPE level. We have also found that with the online explosion, there are a lot of market disruptions that are possible, and we're not going to share our secrets with others at this point, but we have some plans to take certain types of courses internationally and in the region. We recognize that ministries of education would have their professional development academies for teachers offering what they need. But CXC, while we work with what the region needs now, our research is taking us to the future. And so we are rethinking, as the minister from Barbados would have spoken to the Industry 5.0 and what we consider to be a smart society 5.0. We are exploring robotics, AI, and all those other possibilities through our digital trust. We've had preliminary conversations, Madam Minister, with your High Commissioner in United Arab Emirates, and we have actually explored the possibilities of working with the Ministry of the United Arab Emirates and Artificial Intelligence to look at what is possible there. So those are the kinds of conversations we are having to see how we could bring some of that to the region and how we could posture what we have collaboratively with the various states in the member states to support the region's development for the future. We have to anticipate what that future is going to look like, and we have to anticipate that now. And we have to design what we expect our teachers to be prepared for the future now, and anticipate what the learners would want to learn before they actually get to that stage. So we have a suite of learning opportunities for teachers in the now. So these are some of the things we're thinking about, and we are looking at it internationally at every level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I believe we have exhausted the discussions. Okay, so in the interest of time, I just want to extend on behalf of the CXC our gratitude to the various presenters and of course the discussion participants, as well as those who joined us on Zoom, on CXC TV, and of course you who join us here in Grenada. Thank you very much for your participation. What I'm going to do, rather than have the break now, in the interest of time, I'm going to, with your indulgence, cancel the break and invite Dr. Brunton to speak briefly to the lessons learned over the day's proceedings, and then he will invite someone to do the vote of thanks. So please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Brunton from the TA Marshall Community College.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. And indeed, it is my task to summarize all that we have done today, all that we've learned within the next probably 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes? Certainly, we had some very stimulating presentations throughout the day. Of course, we were introduced by our Honorable Chairman of CXC, Sir Hilary Beckles. We heard from the Minister of Education as he introduced Prime Minister, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada. We also were entertained by the performers today in Grenada. And we heard, or we saw, a very fascinating video presentation on many of the features of Grenada in terms of its tourist destinations, the natural wonders of Grenada, and of course, many of the activities that occur on island, its food, its culture, the arts. Our first session focused on digital credentialing and assessment. And so we also heard a video presentation. We saw a video presentation from Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, Secretary of the Commonwealth, and of course, setting the context for today's session where she spoke on the effects of the pandemic, the issue of child exploitation as young people dropped out of the education system, and of course, the learning loss that was suffered as a result of the pandemic. She gave us some very informative details and statistics that we could use to really get a sense of the urgency of what we need to do to reform our educational systems to deal with what she referred to as learning loss, but also I think she said learning poverty as well. So certainly she set the stage for us to get a better understanding of what was needed in terms of the gaps and the infrastructure to realize digital learning throughout the globe, and the urgency to ensure that there's increased financial investments in education. She insisted that we recommit to ensuring that no child is left behind, and that the educational system caters for all learners. We noted in that presentation an emphasis on resilience of the education system so that we can better manage future shocks. This was followed by a presentation on flexible credentialing in the digital age towards a micro-credential framework by Dr. Sanjay Mishra of the Commonwealth of Learning. And of course, in that presentation, we learned about the digital age and the context in which credentials are now being developed. He spoke to the importance and the reality that access to the internet and mobile phones was becoming much more available and accessible to learners, and that we should utilize and leverage these technologies to ensure that young persons can benefit from digital education. And she indicated that at the time within the Caribbean that there was some 30% of young persons that did not have access to online learning, and that this was certainly something that Caribbean countries would want to focus on. He also focused on issues such as the work that COL is doing in terms of the training of teachers, as well as workshops towards open education resources. The focus as well on flexible learning and the need to build flexibility into our education systems. His focus also on micro-credentials. In plenary 2, we heard from Dr. Eduardo Ali as well as Margaret Niles of CXC in their presentation on how does the Caribbean region respond to the learning crisis in the post-pandemic era. Some thoughtful insights from CXC's approach to the problem. And in that presentation, we heard from the two presenters at CXC what CXC is doing at the moment to ensure that they take into consideration those global insights of Society 5.0, the work of the World Economic Forum in terms of the future of jobs, and of course CXC's philosophy. We noted that CXC's philosophy was about integrating education and lifelong learning, and of course we heard some good presentations on that in terms of are these two really distinct concepts and should they really be integrated. We also heard of CXC's approach to understanding and conceptualizing an ecology of credentials, The presenters from CXC also informed us of the research that is being done at CXC on credentials, the growing demand for purposive credentials, the issues of equality versus equity in terms of access, multiple levels of awards, and the need for greater integration of the educational institutions and agencies across the regions to facilitate learner progress. The CXC presentation also ended with a discussion on CXC's response through the CXC Professional Learning Institute as a hub for flexible credentials. Finally, from CXC, we also heard from Dr. Nicole Manning on the issue of how does the Caribbean's approach to digitization of learning and assessment. Some further thoughts. And in her presentation, Dr. Manning referred to the issues of readiness among Caribbean territories for digital learning and the digital transformation. And she was able to share with us quite a lot of statistics in terms of the readiness of our Caribbean territories for this digital transformation by reviewing the level or the current state of affairs related to national ICT policies, national ICT plans, the ICT development frameworks, and the resources that are dedicated. And while these statistics are not at the top, they're actually quite good. So the focus was also on the issue of strategic partnerships, again, a theme that went through many of the presentations today, but also to utilize and leverage these partnerships to treat with some of the resource challenges and the need for greater access to basic equipment to really expand digital learning throughout the region. And of course, Nicole Manning of CXC also emphasized the importance of technology, not just in learning, but also in terms of assessment, and her focus on e-assessment and e-testing, which has the potential to reduce our consumption of paper, as well as to ensure that we have, let's say, secure systems for our e-testing data, as well as to deliver assessment using the digital platforms. Much of the work that is happening at CXC to leverage these technologies so that we can have secure online assessment. After lunch, we moved on to session 2 with a discussion on educational transformation, policy, financial sustainability, and practice. And so we heard from the Honorable Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, Minister of Education in Trinidad and Tobago, her presentation on the 4 reform strategies, that being digital transformation, TVET rationalization and revitalization, rationalization of the examination offerings, and finally, revised school operations for increased student success. We then heard from Honorable Kay McConley, Minister of Education, Technical and Vocational Training in Barbados, and she highlighted 6 key reform areas, those being focus on educational outcomes, improving the quality of teachers and instructors, an emphasis on leadership amongst educators, curriculum reform, infrastructural development, as well as legal and regulatory frameworks to ensure that this change can be realized. That's about it in terms of my summary for today. We had another session as well in the evening, and we're currently working on our summary of that session. So again, we certainly learned quite a lot today. I think that this session really was brimming with knowledge and new information on this collaborative approach to bringing together our ministers of education throughout the region to share and to consolidate our efforts towards improving our relationships as nation states within the Caribbean and harmonizing the work of CXC across the region. So again, I want to thank everyone for their contributions, to thank the participants online for their contributions that they've shared. Of course, the contributions from our ministers of education throughout the region, and of course, our experts that reside within CXC. Thanks again, everyone. I want to invite our person from CXC who would be delivering our vote of thanks.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Kwesi Marshall, Financial Controller, CXC. As we bring the curtain down on CXC's second annual Ministerial Summit, on behalf of Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of CXC, Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of CXC, Dr. Eduardo Ali, Pro-Registrar and Deputy Chief Executive Officer of CXC, the members of our executive team, and the managers and staff of CXC. We express our gratitude to everyone who made today's proceedings possible. The CXC Ministerial Summit 2022 has brought forth a wide range of innovative developments and benchmarks within the theme Flexible Learning, Credentialing and Assessment. We would first like to thank the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Even though the Secretary General had a previous engagement which prevented her from joining us in person, she made the time to record remarks to share with our delegates and audience today. Dr. Eduardo Ali, thank you for setting the stage for us with a recap of the inaugural Ministerial Summit, its key points, and some of the actions CXC has taken coming out of last year's discussions. We must also thank Dr. Sanjay Mishra, Director, Education at the Commonwealth of Learning, for his live presentation, despite him being in a time zone 3 hours behind. To Dr. Eduardo Ali again, and Dr. Margaret Niles, Manager, Educational Research and Innovation at the CXC, we appreciate you for sharing CXC's approach to the learning crisis post-pandemic. We know this topic remains relevant for all of our countries in the region, as there are still cohorts who were affected by disruptions during the pandemic. It was fitting to have Dr. Nicole Manning, Director of Operations at CXC, follow Dr. Ali and Dr. Niles with her presentation, focus on digital transformation through partnership for quality education. If we are to recover and rebound, we must look to new ways of reaching our goals. Our sincerest gratitude must be expressed to the moderators of today's sessions, the Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Nicole Philip Dow, Head of UE Open Campus, Grenada, and Dr. Ronald Brunton, Principal of the T.A. Marichaux Community College, or TAMCC. Our moderators were willing to assist, and they did an excellent job of keeping today's discussions focused and engaging. To Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education, Sport and Culture of Grenada, and Dr. Laurette Bristol, Program Manager for Human Resource Development at the CARICOM Secretariat, We applaud you for weighing in and sharing your insights in the second plenary. During our ministerial roundtable discussion, your knowledge and thought-provoking comments went a long way to bring the presentations into context for us. In our second session this afternoon, we heard from more of our stakeholders who added their insights through various presentations and discussions. We therefore want to express our gratitude to Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gadsby-Dolly, Minister of Education, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Honorable Kay McConney, Minister of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, Barbados, for sharing the policies and developments that their countries are spearheading in order to transform the educational system. We extend our gratitude to the presenters and participants in our final session, Financing Sustainable Educational Transformation, again to Dr. Eduardo Ali and Mrs. Sherry Deslandes, Director of Corporate Services of CXC, for their presentation, Adding Strategic Value Through Financial Sustainability and Cooperation. For education to truly achieve its far-reaching effects, partnerships for the financial support are becoming increasingly important. We again thank Dr. Laurette Bristol, as well as senior economists with the World Bank, Dr. Diego Angel Urdinola, and Dr. Victoria Levin, and Dr. Martin Baptiste, Division Chief with Social Sector Division, Caribbean Development Bank, for sharing their thoughts on how we can best collaborate with our stakeholders. At the end of today's event, Dr. Ronald Brunton, who was ably assisted by Mrs. Kimoy Edwards, Quality Assurance Manager of the TAM-CC, helped us to focus on the key ideas and suggestions which were raised during the proceedings. We thank you both for being our eyes and ears today. We thank our streaming partners, TNR Communications, and Mr. Cade Decoto from the Ministry of Education, Sports and Culture. Today's event would not have been possible without the hard work of the Ministerial Planning Committee. That task force, led by Mr. Dominic Jeremiah, Principal of the Presentation Brothers College, Grenada, which brought together representatives from various ministries and public service entities here in Grenada. Our very own corporate communications team at CXC, led by Mr. Richard Rose, Corporate Communication Manager, with excellent project management from Ms. Folian Tate, Public Relations Officer, Mr. Matthew Tull, Digital Communications Officer, with support from Mrs. Julianne Williams, Executive Assistant, Office of the Pro Registrar, and Deputy CEO. So Deputy CEO, Dr. Eduardo Ali, and Mr. Travis Bartley, Communications Consultant from the Western Zone Office team in Jamaica. We also applaud and appreciate Dr. Eduardo Ali for his leadership role and guidance through the planning of this auspicious summit. We thank you for all you've done. Special gratitude to our chairman, Professor Hilary Beckles, and Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and Chief Executive Officer, for their leadership. We're truly grateful. Ladies and gentlemen here in our audience, those who have joined virtually via Zoom, and those following on CXC TV and UE TV, we thank you for joining us, and please enjoy the remainder of your day. One final point is that I would also like to thank our violinist, Giovanni Antoine, who will also do a musical interlude as we bring the curtains down on this event. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.